hello. Action Villain here, and I'm really just continuing working with new enemies at this point tonight. I was already working on the game, and I was like, well, you know, I'm already working on it. I might as well stream it, so then I can convince myself not to watch YouTube videos in the middle of it or something. Often happens. Yeah. I don't know. Set this up really fast, because apparently I don't want to watch. Oh, man. Alright. Like everything is set up behind the scenes. So, I got new toys. I have this fine gentleman here. And then he has friends. I now have this guy. And I've got this guy. With blade arms and stuff like that. Yeah. They're all stitched together thingies, which is cool. I found a pack for them, and it was like basically $40 for all intents and purposes. Like $5 a character. For animated characters that look, you know, very voodoo-y, which is kind of what I was aiming for this section anyway. Some are pretty beefy looking. I'll probably end up changing the size a lot. I don't really want Poppet to be the biggest of the minions out here, or biggest of the dolls, so almost all of them are going to be probably larger than her. And more menacing that way. And of course, the last of the lot. No, I need to go and just already work in UE, so I was like, oh, this is such a good deal over Daz where you get to do all the work and it sucks. Sure, I don't really know how to make animations for him. Well, actually, I could probably just take one of the previous animations and then just alter it, and that'd probably do the same thing. That's what I do in Daz, so it's probably not that hard to make an animation for him if you really want. But I don't really want to, so there's that. Really need to. Hey Mike, how's it going? You see all my new friends? I have new stitched together creatures. Wonderful. Yeah. Oops. Handle there. Apparently hard to do it. I got this guy and yeah, these are awesome. So. Oh yeah, I actually wonder if they're game devs from this other sub, because I responded to a question in it was like the Bite Me Games sub or something like that, or the Discord. And I got like a few subs right after that. Even though I didn't actually post anything in there, like all I did was respond to their question about why no one watched the video. It led to something about games journalists and why nobody actually cares about anything they say anymore. Like everyone was agreeing, and the people doing the videos are like, but wait, people still care about games journalists. I'm like, no, no one actually listens to games journalists. It's just not a thing. No. But after that, I got a few more, so I wonder if that was what caused it. Maybe not. Maybe YouTube just smiled upon me and said, here's a few. Don't spend them all in one place. I don't know. Other than that, I decided to ditch that movement thing. I tested it, and I realized that I was going to have to learn all this new stuff. I spent like 5 hours messing with it, and the problem became... I was like, well, what gameplay does this really add? I mean, it adds like... It adds like a weird parkour jump, which is not something you need in a Metroidvania, and then it added the ability to like grip on the walls and like, you know, climb up, and that's it. And I was like, I'm putting all this time there rebuilding the whole game just for that? So instead I did figure out how to fix her outfit, so now her outfit and hair move again. But other than that, I just decided that the movement was already fine rather than the other one, which, don't get me wrong, the other movement was really cool, but what I couldn't figure out how to do was how to blend the movement. Like, you know, here, she's still using a lot of the same movement, but it's like split midway on her like abdomen there, so that she can use the top part there with regular walking. And I just don't have I couldn't figure out how to do that in the other one. I was like, well, I can't really equip a weapon or do different poses. I kind of looked into it. It just typical Yui. this massive string of files to do everything, and then it's just you have to learn a whole new system. And don't get me wrong, the system looks better, but it also looks very extreme for what I'm doing. So I'm like, I'm gonna ditch that. I'd have to upgrade engines, I'd have to do a bunch of things, and it just would set me back probably like 3-4 weeks, knowing how crappy that probably is. You see, I'm getting better. I'm I'm learning to restrain myself sometimes. Alright, we're gonna make a stitched enemy tonight. Because I don't have enough enemies. I have like, I guess I have like 3-ish enemies, and then I'm working an ish boss. I realized that, you know, when doing this, I don't actually need like this whole section here. Actually, I'm gonna turn the lights back on. Well, I guess I'll leave them off for that. I don't actually need like this whole section here if I'm gonna do like a 10 to 20 minute demo, because I tried playing through the game up to right around here and it was already like 10 to 20 minutes and I hadn't even gotten past this doorway here. So just this one section alone would be enough to be the demo. And I got smart too. I decided I would block the windows. They're not going to be blocked in the regular version of the game, but for the demo with these blocked, I don't have to design anything out here. I'm just going to frost the glass. And out here, instead of having like this water thing here, for the one window you can go out, I'm going to have basically a giant pile of like trash and dolls. Like, I don't think I want this water here. I do want to flood this lower section, but I'm going to do it differently, I think. So, kind of where I'm at on that one. So, I'm going to turn the lights on for this because I want to, Actually, do I need to turn the lights on? Not really. This is my battleground room. I just test things out for funsies. It'll spawn my Stitch Voodoo doll to test out. It doesn't currently do anything yet, but we'll fix that. So this one needs to spawn weapons here, but it needs to spawn more than one weapon. Because in the original one here, when it spawns in their weapons right here. And what I was thinking of doing for, because these already have weapons on them, basically like they have attacks, blah blah blah, let's see here. Well, supposedly it has attacks. I didn't actually put it in the scene. That would probably help. It's already got weapons on it, so what I was thinking of doing is creating fake weapons, like basically they're just a hitbox, and attaching those to the thing, like so I can basically use the same weapon system without actually needing to do anything special. Just use those. Because otherwise, I'd have to design a whole additional system to interact with the player, and that just seems weird. But if I just spawn things attached to those areas, it'd be fine. Alright, so let's look at the skeleton on this thing. I haven't looked at it even once. What do we have to work with here? Well, these are just arm 4. I have a plan here. No vertices weighted against it? I've never even seen this message before. This is one of the things where I'm not that a 3D artist, and you can tell. But that's okay. Let's add a socket. Left arm? Oh, actually, just left arm is fine. It's a socket. It doesn't need that. And then we're gonna do like right arm. I need to make a special weapon for purposes of this, but then it'll be great because once I make this weapon, for every enemy that already has all the weapons built into it, I won't actually have to make any other special weapon for it. I can just recycle that, you know, generic weapon for everything. I guess he needs a... Is there a bite animation for this? There might be. Wish I could enlarge it so I could just see the stuff without having to click on it. But... Got a stabby. Okay, we like stabbies. Gonna pull this over to the side and just load them up so people can see them. Maybe doesn't look like a bite though. It doesn't really move his center section much. It looks like he just stabbies. That's sad. I wish he had a way to like eat people. Be awesome. Pokey, pokey, pokey. Ah, pokies. It looks like he could have a leap attack or something. But he just needs 2 weapons. I just wanted to know if I needed a weapon right in his chest or not, because, you know, maybe he tries to eat people. It sure doesn't look like it to me. The only one that's even close that I could eat is like this, but looks like he's just lifting it up. He's still stabbing on that one. It's just nothing that looks exactly like a eat. He's got a jump attack, but he's still waving his weapons at him. Yeah, that's a fun walk. You got 3 different walks. I don't know which is the most menacing, but they're all definitely interesting. Okay, so I just need 2 sockets. Perfect. And then I'm gonna give him... I gotta make a weapon first, it won't matter. And attach to him yet. What I think I'm also gonna do... I might want to make the system here have multiples. Because I'm going to want to destroy these, so I'll try to find all the references to this. Because everywhere where it gets this weapon and destroys it, I need to also destroy the other. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, so... As second weapon. And then let's duplicate this. There are some with like a mouth on them, so they might have a 3rd weapon. So just in case they have a 3rd weapon. I considered making this, you know, an array and seeing for each one in the array, and that's actually not a bad idea. That's actually a much better idea, isn't it? Oh, it probably is. Yeah, it totally is. Ugh. Call this weapon array. Actor object reference. For loop. Is it that much better? I have to redo every single one of them if I do that. That's already made it. And nobody's going to have more than 3 weapons anyway. Look at one of the other characters really fast. I need a refresher on how I made some things so I have a better idea of exactly what I'll need to change in them if I make this change. I basically picked these up like, I don't know, half an hour ago and haven't really looked at them. So we're doing a bit of experimenting here. Voodoo dolls don't have it, but a voodoo mama would. She would use this. Mostly just checks for has weapon. Oh, this would need to be class, by the way, not be a class reference. Because the object reference means it's already in the world, so you have to have a class reference because it's, you know, referencing a type of, you know, blueprint, not something that's currently in the world. Yeah. You have to read it before each loop because you change the type. Re gets finicky sometimes, don't question it. Oh, it's just that and a weapon. Why am I not just typing weapon? Alright. So for loot body, we're gonna do this and loop it into there, spawns the class there. I need 2 arrays here. The weapon equipped array. Weapons equipped, I should say. This array here has to is the actual references for the objects themselves. The first one's what I'm going to spawn from, and then the other one's the ones that have been spawned in the world. And the reasoning for it is right here. Like add array, I believe. Then you take this here and dump this in here. And instead of having NPC weapon, which I'm just going to disconnect so I remember what it is I called it for later. You want the object reference here added to this array. Then you need a third array, don't you? For where it's getting attached. Yeah, because you can't use the you can't use a loop with the variable map. These are just names, so that's fair. It's a little wonky, but I'm sure I'll improve this later. And if I don't, at least it gets the job done for equipping like 3, 4, 5, however many are necessary for things that have just a lot of things. And I can also improve the voodoo dolls themselves, the original ones, to not have to deal with just using a distance calculation to make it work. Alright. I'm gonna call this array 2. I know it has the symbol for an array next to it, but it's often easier just to have a name there so I can tell it says an array. And then let's get a copy of this thing, or I guess the reference, you're not gonna change it. And the position will be the same as this one here. They only have one position, that's fine. And then we're gonna equip to here using this. And then I can actually just run this over to here and call it square. It's a little wonky and messy, but I don't think I need to do extra variables and things, and I'm probably just going to tweak it a bit anyway. Okay, we do this. Attached to the mesh, sure. So this should actually be pretty good here. Could actually just promote this to a variable. At some point though, a million variables actually gets kind of confusing for what everything is. Even though you name them pretty well, you just get so many. But I'll tweak the system to be better in a second. Yeah. How do I have anything special for this? We'll just get actor transform. Weapons don't have collision. Okay, and then we're gonna use the Voodoo Mama as the tester for this. Oh, I didn't look at the message there. Oh, hi Sergeant John, Captain. Pretty good. Things are going reasonable, just building a bunch of new enemies because I got all kinds of new toys to play with. Got myself an asset pack of like 8 enemies, and you know, it sounded really good at the time, and now I realize I have to actually do something with them. There's that. Got so caught up building my thing I didn't even notice I was actually technically streaming. Sometimes the puzzle involved with this is so much fun, it's just hard to want to look away. So I guess I'll spawn 2 of these for purposes of this testing, but then I need to go here, open up everything here. And let's see, we're gonna do the I call it the voodoo pin. Oh, they aren't good there? That's not... That sucks. What's going on? Hopefully nothing too serious. Oh. I didn't know nuclear power plants in Minecraft could melt down. Today I learned something very new. What I'm hoping is that, you know, on the upside, it actually creates, you know, mutant Enderman or something like that with like turtle shells. I'm just saying, like, it should do something like this, just something completely nonsensical. Hopefully it's not a really difficult fix. I've actually never in my life played Minecraft. It's not that I don't like it, it's just something with the visuals in it gives me like a motion sickness. I just can't play it because of it. Very sad. Game looks fun. Well, at least that's something. Yeah, at least it's not the end of the world, you know? How'd I mess this up? Oh. I'm just gonna do it this way. I already made a variable. I gotta make the system to get rid of these too. You know, in hindsight, powering that with the thing you need to produce stuff with the same thing that you would with the nuclear power plant, it didn't seem like a good plan. No, at the time, it probably seemed okay. The secret is to have a backup nuclear power plant. Clearly, one was not enough. There we go. Weapon spawn just fine. Okay. Now let's find all references to this so I know where I need to do a little rework. I just have a for loop here. I don't need any of this crap. For each loop. And then instead of having this other weird, you know, variable saying that equip weapon, no, I just get rid of the whole array. Array elements. Destroy actor. I don't need this weird branch crap. It's here. And then when it's done, destroy the actor itself. Lag spike there. Sure. Huh. I mean, do all the nuclear power plants melt down at the same time, or can you just have more than one nuclear power plant? Are windmills really better? I really know nothing about what goes on in Minecraft, so... These are questions that I have. And that's that one there. This is this one. Is there any other references? That's just those three. Cool. That makes it easy. Oh. They're like the opposite of windmills in real life. Which break down all the time. Did you know that they have to, like, you know, turn them off a lot to clean the various bird guts off them because they actually chop up birds all the time since they're just giant spinning blades and birds don't necessarily see them because they're going so fast, so they just... It's like, ooh. Well, that's right, they dodge now. I forgot about that. I just want to see if it spawned the weapon. That's all I care about. Nice lag spikes. It did, perfect. My gosh, my new system is so much better. Wait, it's not like a prefab? You actually have to try to make the nuclear power plant so it doesn't melt down? Like... Gosh, Minecraft is so much more complicated than I thought. I thought it was like Terraria where you just, like, you know, cram together a bunch of stuff and out pops a nuclear power plant and you just place the nuclear power plant. Learning so much here. This too. Food aid is not agreeing with me. Ugh. And it was all healthy stuff too. I don't understand. Put all these in the combat section. Yes, I can find them later. It took 3 arrays to pull it off, but now I never have to worry about expanding it ever again. I can have as many weapons as I want on there. A weapon for every socket. My gosh, even the nuclear power plants are a mod thing? And oh my god, the whole thing is just sounding so complicated. I sound almost too lazy to play something like Minecraft. Sounds all hard. Oh no. I'll put all these in here. Huh. I guess Minecraft really is all about having complicated stuff to build, so I guess it makes sense that they would make it really complicated to build the nuclear power plant, I guess. Why doesn't this have a bubbles? I like bubbles. Makes it easier to tell what it is. None of them do. Where'd the bubbles go? Well, actually some of them do have bubbles. Start putting bubbles so I can figure out what everything is. So do you stream working on Minecraft, or playing it, I should say? No, not really working on it, I guess. Or I guess it could be working. Do you like play with friends or something, or what do you do with it? I'm not even using event tick. Why is event tick even here? Event tick is heavy. And usually unnecessary. Haven't made the status ailments yet. I don't this for anything useful, just for the spawner if I have one. I hate that this is not part of that, so I'm going to fix that real fast. That's cleaner, kinda. Actually, it's kind of hard to find some things on this giant grid thing after a while. They start getting so far apart. Anyway, at least that'll be easier to read. So now I gotta make a weapon for this character. Well, this is generic for every character type of weapon since it's not actually gonna be anything with a particular mesh. I'll probably want to have some sort of custom thing here. Wait a minute. I think I designed it in such a way that it makes sense for this, so I guess I could actually just make it stitched voodoo left. How did I design this? Huh. It's like the worst game ever. It takes forever to do, and it's slowly killing you. I guess to be fair, monitor radiation is a thing. It's slowly ruining your eyesight. Isn't that fun? Not as bad as the old monitors. The new ones are significantly better. Mostly. Is there really a reason to make one generic weapon for them all, or should I really just... No, I don't need to do it. I'm just gonna make them one for each of the limbs. I'm not gonna go to the trouble to try to make this reusable weapon for everything, because I already have a weapon parent that I'm building off of anyway, so this thing's already there. Ditch voodoo weapons. I'm gonna go ahead and make the thing visible so I have an idea of just how far they need to go. Debug type. 1 frame. I kind of never bothered with the building game ever since I got into game dev, because it's like I'm playing a perpetual building game where I can make anything I want. So it's like been hard to convince myself to ever play any game where I build something again. It's just like I already do that. For this character, weapon. Oh, wait. Not on the mesh. I made it arm, right arm. What I was hoping for, but you know, Left arm. Right arm. We're gonna give it temporary things so I can actually see what it is I'm doing here. Well, you could have sat there and chilled doing that, but how much fun would that have been, really? I mean, let's be real here. That's not exciting at all. We'll use a fork as a reference here for this. I guess. Then we'll do another one for them too. On an amp class. I'm gonna make them big, 10 potentially, just so I can just kind of see where they're at. Well, I should be able to spawn it in. It should have 2 forks attached to it. Wherever they're at, I don't know, but at least I'll be able to see if my double spawn system works. Until my computer's struggling with all this stuff it wants to do. Got 2 forks? Hey, look, it has 2 forks. Perfect. I don't know about about Minecraft there, Surgeon John. You're really making it seem like it's more of a job than an actual game. Starting to feel less like like it's supposed to be fun and more like a lot of work. I'm gonna add an asset here so I get a better idea of where it's going to be located at here. Guess this will do. I just need to rotate this so basically that it matches with his spike here, right? He has a visible weapon already. So basically like that. And then we add a fork here too. Oh, I can actually just attach skeletal meshes. That may make sense. It's not like it's special to attach a skeletal mesh. Well, this is not even facing the right direction on the other one either. They're like way off. Oops. Oh shoot, 3 dimensions. Oh no. It's really funny, you know, Sergeant John, that, you know, a lot of games, when you think about it, are actually designed to be work. Like, you know, they're just designed to, like, make you do a repetitive task over and over. And what stops it from being work versus, you know, not, is that it's supposed to be, it's a activity you find fun. Like, it's still a repetitive task that, you know, is not, like, to some would be considered work, but because you like the task, it's not considered work. Like, I like game dev here, so to me, this doesn't seem like work, even though there are people who do this for a job. So, when I've been working on coming up with game dev loops and the like, you start thinking about a lot of those things like that. It's like, what is fun versus what is work? Because a game dev loop is essentially work that you've convinced the person is fun. And it changes how you think about games, really. Just like, well, okay, well, all these games I played back in the day, were they really fun? Or was I just working the whole time? But I didn't notice because I was working, and it just, you know, it was fun work. Makes sense. Creating, you know, mods to make it so you don't do the menial task is, I mean, necessity is the mother of invention, right? Find a need for something and then you just go, yep, we do that. Why are these attached in a weird way? Makes less sense to me. Where have I made this mistake? Because in theory those should be in that direction, but the weapon parent is not. Or the weapons are not. Might be an error in how I attach them. No, sorry, it's attaching to the socket. Also make these persistent so I can see them. Again, it's fun until something goes wrong. But isn't the point of a game for things to go wrong? Like, is that not... Like, if everything was always working perfect, would the game even be fun, or would it just be basically you doing nothing the whole time? These are questions one must think about. It's like the hero-villain conundrum like that. It's like, you know, you take Superman, right? If someone like Lex Luthor didn't exist, what would Superman have done? Sat in Smallville and farmed all day. It would have been boring. So you need the villain to show up and shake things up so it's interesting. So the villain here is your nuclear power plant blowing up, you know? Otherwise you would just be sitting there, you know, in a hut, you know, with a pig farming or whatever. You would be doing nothing. That wouldn't be any fun. Ironically, it's the problem itself that makes it exciting. Even if at the same time while making it awful. Is there no line trace off these? I know why there's no line trace off these. I'm gonna make a debug. So I can have an idea of where things are. One frame, and then I guess I can go through here. I just want to debug so I can see where everything's at. I also want to click this for no reason. Sure. Helpful. I mean, like, if you think about my game, if I had no enemies, you would just be walking through jumping on things, which I guess is okay, but is that even that fun? Okay, well, at least we know these are working. Also, those are terrifying if they had, like, laser arms like that. But it seems so weird that they're not... The sockets aren't facing forward. But in the things, the sockets match the enemy entirely. The entire object is facing this direction. Not everything is actually on top of here, though. My camera is way too fast. I can't even keep track of where I'm going. Guess I can only conclude that it's doesn't work the way I think at all here. It can't be right. Yeah, like earlier I was watching I watched someone's like Steam demo for a game, actually Steam their video for it off their Steam thing. And they're like a game dev, and I was struck with the problem that I see a lot of Unreal games have, or at least a lot of people's previews. You have this really beautiful environment, you have a really great looking character, and what is that character doing? Running through the beautiful environment. That's it. Nothing. There's no gameplay. It's literally just the character running along. Maybe they have a sword in hand or whatever. Maybe there's mobs like standing around out there, but they don't do anything. They don't interact. The mobs might as well be like, you know, rocks for all intents and purposes. I've seen so many demos like that where they spend so much time making it so beautiful, and they just forgot that there's supposed to be a game attached to this. So everyone wants the concept of a perfect world until they have it, and then they're like, it's so boring. What was it, like The Matrix, where Agent Smith was saying that the first versions of The Matrix were actually perfect, but nobody would believe it was real. So they had to make it crappy so people would actually accept it. Too boring. I always thought that was funny. It's probably true too. Can you imagine how boring like perfection would be? You would just have nothing to do. I guess I just need to rotate these in a way that makes them like work. I guess I'll just turn this to the side by like 90 degrees or something, or maybe like that many degrees, and I'll turn this one too. This doesn't make sense that this would be how it worked, but somehow I'm getting the wrong results here. But at least I can visually see that, I guess. How close are those? Not very. So weird. Might have having to tweak things a lot anyway. Getting closer. That one actually aligns perfectly. It just needs to be over to the side. This one aligns close, but it's like way over to the side. Alright. I almost wonder if it should have been on this instead. You know what? Can I move this onto there? And then just rotate this arm thingy to be better matching. I wonder if that'll work better. Let's see if it if this one is does what I think it's gonna do. Because it's possible that I just because it was just holding in a weird way, it didn't match. I don't know. That doesn't seem like it makes sense either. Nope, it did nothing different. That is so weird. I guess it makes sense though to put it on this particular thing. Even if for reasons I don't understand, it needs to be like 90 degrees the wrong direction. Actually, I'm gonna do this here and then I want to test something here because I did swap the weapon to be 90 degrees off to the side in the thing because it matched with the arrow, but what if I don't do that? What if it just is weird and I don't need to do that? Well, that seems like it solves the mystery very well. Now they're like much closer. Well, okay, one of them is closer. No, I didn't do anything different. And now the fork is facing a weird direction anyway, so it didn't accomplish anything. Yeah, I didn't do anything. Interesting. I have to wonder where it's getting the rotation then, if that's the case. Well, let's I guess put them on the end of the arms anyway and make it the way it should be. And then let's just rotate this one a lot. Try again. You'd think you'd be able to just visually set it, but normally you can't. But, I don't know, there must be something wonky about this. One's in the sun. Oh, that's not in the light. Honestly, that one's pretty good. It could be tweaked up a little bit, like a tiny fraction. This one just needs to be realigned in general. Actually, I switched what it was on, but it makes sense to put it on the actual end of the arm where it should be, not off in La La Land, like it appears to be. So the right arm one just needs to go up a tiny fraction. You just get that perfect thing there, and then this one, it's weird that it seems like it's only the rotational axis that's a problem here. It's not the rest of it that's the issue. It's just that one thing. Okay, so this one is basically perfect. This one needs to go over to the left a bit. And then up a tiny fraction, I guess. Actually, I don't even need to go up at all. It needs to go over a tiny fraction from the look of it. Alright. We're getting there. It's weird that only one axis is off like that. Still haven't even made him fight yet. I gotta make an animation thing for him and everything too. Oh, well, the next ones will be a lot easier because I don't have to make the weapon system, which actually didn't take that long. Aligning these things is taking forever. Neither of you is in very good light, are you? So honestly... Okay, that one's kind of far off the side there. It needs to be turned a little bit again still. Maybe it down a slight bit? Yeah, I guess. Unlike this one, which is just nice. Yeah, so slightly rotate. Inward a bit more, and then maybe tilt it down a tiny fraction. Something like that, and then I'm going to want to reduce the length of these two. How big am I going to make these guys? That's the question. Well, they need to be bigger than Poppet, because they're not menacing if they're like 2 inches tall. I guess they could run around and stab people in the ankles, which would be kind of funny. Not everything needs to be bigger than Poppet. I almost kind of like that. I can make it bigger, like I can make it like a ooh or something like that. Double the size. The big problem is their little pins aren't that long, so they'll have to they need to have some kind of reach, I guess. They can either be this big huge things. Oh, this one's in the light, that's better. They're pretty close. It needs to be tilted kind of a little bit more. But other than that, I'll also need to move it down. Floating. Well, it doesn't try to eat people. I kind of wonder if the tiny ones make more sense. Not everything needs to be huge, because then the things that are at some point they get so big it's hard to actually hit Poppet. She's, you know, so much more than the animation designed to a character that's the same size. It's like, okay, well, I can't hit her. She's like the size of their ankle. Why the ghost lady, you know, the ghost girl, I was like, how am I even gonna have a combat like that against her? Because she's, you know, the size of a regular 14-year-old girl, even if she is a ghost, and Poppet's a tiny doll, it's about a foot tall. So, you know, it's like Shadow with the Colossus. So that girl's probably about maybe 5 feet at best, but she's floating too, so that's gonna put her up probably closer to higher, like, you know, 6 feet, because, you know, she's gonna be floating at least a foot off the ground, I would imagine. Maybe she's, well, actually, I was looking in, like, with women, they hit their maximum height very early, and then they just basically stay there. So actually around like 14, 15 is actually when they hit usually their maximum height. She would be about full size for a woman at that point. She just wouldn't have filled out, but she would have, you know, be the right height. So more gangly. Yeah, so she'd be about 6 feet up, because, you know, a good foot off the ground hovering like that, versus Poppet being about a foot tall, so none of the animations to strike Poppet would actually work, because she would have to literally bend down for everything, like a giant trying to grab some little, like, you know, person at the bottom. It just doesn't... It makes it really weird. Something you don't think about, but the size difference makes a huge thing. A lot of the enemies I have to worry about their actual size just for that. Unless I'm gonna have you fight her feet, but that would make a lot more sense if she wasn't a ghost. She's not gonna step on you. I guess she could try to like land on you, I guess. But then you get the World of Warcraft thing where you're just fighting everything's feet and you never see what you're actually fighting. So I need almost ranged combat for anything that big to be a thing. But most of these enemies don't really do ranged combat anyway. I'm sad they don't have like a weird stomach duration because they could fire a projectile out of their stomach or something, which would be kind of cool. Or even just blood out of their stomach, which would be even cooler. Huh. Yeah, oh, I'm gonna move this one down because I remember it was floating really high up in the air, which is weird. That's the Voodoo Mom. This is the Stitch thingy. Yeah. I think I'm gonna make them just a one size. I don't think I'm gonna make them like big. I'm just gonna make them little tiny ankle biters. I just like that idea better. It makes me a little happier. Just knowing there's a weird ankle biting monster running around. I played enough fighting games in my life. Ankle biters are funny. Until they've been, you know, wrecking you because you're too stupid to block your ankles. Oh, the amount of people I've seen so angry because they were too stupid to block low. Oh my god. Beautiful world. I guess this capsule doesn't need to be that fat. Well, it is kind of a fat character, kind of. Like, it's fat in one direction, but not the other. Well, it's kind of pudgy in this direction, but it's very wide, I should say. Well, it's pretty fat. It's not really wide, it's fat. See if it's actually on the ground now. Should be. Pretty good, on the ground. Looks like the forks are in good spots. I'm gonna remove the forks, I just need the forks to show exactly where things are going. We don't need no stinking fork. Clear the fork. Clear this fork too. Next thing we need is the link to the ray traces. Did I just call it ray trace? No. What do I call it? Find trace link. So right at the top. I'm smart. Oh, they were really long there. I'm gonna guess 100 is, you know. I'm gonna guess 101 apparently. I don't know how I got that instead of just 100, but for this one here, I'm gonna guess 200, and we're gonna see which one's closer. And have the fun of having two weapons, like to decide which one is. I get to do this comparison stuff here. This excites me greatly. Just because it's different. Difference is exciting. Same old stuff. Not so great. Okay. As we can apparently see, it's more like 50 is the right number. Also, these are a little bit off, kind of. Not like insanely off, but a little off. I'm gonna do 50 on that one, and we'll try 75 on the other and see which is closer. $50 is really close. So, it's actually probably about 45. No, I was talking about how short they are, but they're actually not that much shorter than Poppet herself. And the only reason Poppet's even as tall as she is she's actually got heels on and a hat. They're actually probably taller than Poppet. In actuality, but she's cheating. I guess I originally measured Poppet at about 10 inches tall, thinking about it. But might actually make her smaller. We'll see how it pans out to the rest of things like that, but I figured about 10 inches when I was comparing her against the door. I also fixed her hair and her dress earlier. I never checked to see if it actually is blending through or not. It is kind of catching on her arms a little bit. But overall, it does kind of go through her hat too. I'll have to figure out how to fix that as well. It's not perfect by any stretch. A little floaty, but that's just because my computer is a bit laggy from trying to do all this at once. Plus, the game is like the least optimized thing in the world. Yeah, I'm getting like 16 FPS, and that sounds about right. In terms of having all these open, actually also reduces the FPS. The editor is just really heavy, so toss that on top of streaming, and it's a lot. My poor computer is just not as beefy as I want it to be. So now we're gonna make an animation graph for him, I believe. Here. That's what we want. Blah, blah. Actually, it's just here, right? Animation. Animation blueprint. We use this to create it. Nice, nice. Let me think about how this works here. It's been a while since you made one of these. I'm gonna use one of these other ones as a refresher so I can remind myself. That's how it is with a lot of Unreal Engine stuff. You need a refresher half the time because there's so many systems. It's hard to remember what's what. At least for me. I tend to forget. Scroll real fast through my stuff here to find I have two of these open so I can keep tabs on each one here in case I have multiple things I want to do. Actually, the voodoo doll is probably easier. Oh wait, I know what I did differently. Let me no, I'm not doing it this way. No, I have a better idea. Sure. I'm gonna do it slightly different. I'm gonna retarget the one of the other ones here, not because I can use any of the animations, because trust me, I can't. No, what I actually want to do is just make my life easier for setting it up. Where are they? I thought it was under characters and then just these mannequins here. Oh, it's just here. They have them separate. Yeah, so I do this and then duplicate and retarget. I don't care that the animations won't work right. Not important. Oh, wait. Sure. I don't know if this will actually work because I realize this is not an actual dad's character, but it might. And like I say, I just don't want to do all the extra code. And doing it off the DAS ones doesn't always work so great. I mean, I have very specific code on those, whereas this is very generic. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna put it with all the other ones. That should be fine. Okay. Now this sets up a bunch of things for me here. Without the extra work here. I'm willing to bet none of these work right, but maybe they do. Let's check. Do they work right? Nah, he's T-posing, or A-posing, I guess. Perfect, I don't care. Not important. Not important at all. If I can get the specific variables off here. I cast to ditch voodoo. Sure. That didn't connect, but fair enough. Now we're going to promote that to a variable so I can get it for later. I just need a few things off of it anyway. And then, just like with this one, I'm going to need a few specific variables. Mostly is hit, is dead. I don't think I need it else. You'd think I could copy and paste that, but it treats these as very unique variables. You can't copy paste these and then put a different connector on them. It doesn't work. It will give an error. That's okay. Is hit. Just the more easily referenced. He's dead. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast before I get into this. Probably grab some alcohol, because why not, you know? Coding with alcohol is way better, right? Be right back. Running back. I pulled a calf muscle earlier, so now I'm just like wobbling around the house much slower. It happened like 2 days ago. I don't know what I did to it because I wasn't doing anything in particular. I just woke up and just like rolled into the bed and I was just like, what happened? Somehow in my sleep, I guess I pulled it. I don't know how that works. I don't usually move around in my sleep, so I'm just like, I've got all these like, you know, massage devices and everything like that to, you know, for like deep tissue type of massage things like that, or shiatsu massages. I was trying to use those on it and still protesting. It's funny, so I was doing like all this, you know, yard work and everything like that because our yard's become pretty overgrown, and none of that caused any problems. But oh my god, sleeping, now that's hard work right there. That's too hard work for me. I don't know about this. This seems no bueno. But there is a blend space in here somewhere, okay? Don't lie to me, boy. Blend space. What animations do I have for this here? Let's go find a stitch thingy here. I have a land, a jump. What is up with this? Oh, never mind. I don't have a land. I have these are crap that don't work. Got it. I have. And none of those work, so what I really have is 3 walk animations, a run animation, or 2. I'll just pick whichever my favorite is. I'm not going to get too crazy, though I might have, I don't actually know how to random 2 different blend spaces and have it not look stupid. But I guess the walks could be different depending upon what kind of thing it's doing, so maybe I'll do something later for that, but we'll start with a simple one first and build off that. Do I have strafe at all? Jump in place, jump attack, place, run. I do have strafes. Okay. So to set up a strafe, I guess I have 2 of those, whatever. I'm gonna borrow what I did on Poppet there, because again, never remake stuff if you can just cheat and recycle it. So what I'm gonna do is go to her animations here, and she has a blend space somewhere around here. Let's duplicate this. And then we're going to assign this to a different skeleton. Replace skeleton with the stitch one. Attempt to do that. Keyboard was like, I don't want to do anything. That's fair. I don't want to do it either. This one here. Yep. Sure. I don't actually know what happened there, but sure. Why it needs extras, but sure. Wait, why did it get the mocap basics? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna move these over to this thing here. If I can find them. There we go. Go to animations here. The things I do to avoid needing to recode stuff. Is not the right one. Did I copy the wrong one? I might have. I haven't deleted anything Poppet wasn't specifically already using, so I might have copied the wrong one like a weirdo. Yeah, it's directional movement. BS is the one. I like these because they're, they're blend spaces, but you get to call them a BS, so, I'm just saying. This is what I actually wanted. Oh, I see. It tries to copy all the things that are on there, too. It might have made my life a little harder for no apparent reason, but that's okay. Just knowing that it can catwalk forward is something. There we go. I was like, you're gonna move these, right? Go ahead and save everything, discuss, or attempt to save everything, whatever. But where did it go? Oh, I see. One. It's not going to have the cleanest of movement. This is also why I was looking at that new movement system going, wait, so like 500 movements that only work for exactly things based on the UE mannequin? Nice. Wish these were based on the UE mannequin, but I also recognize that that is, like, you take what you can get. With these kinds of things, like, you don't get to really pick too much. Unless you can afford to have custom stuff done, but I cannot afford that. I don't have that kind of money. Like, I can get some custom stuff with Daz, but it's happening. All I really have are the strafes and an idle and run, so this should actually be really easy. So we're gonna place the idle here. Let's find the idle we like best. I have two choices. I have this thing. We're gonna use this one because the other one just seems really weird to me. I mean, it's just him looking around, but we're not going to be looking around. And just the generic idol, I don't think. We could. And there's really no point in any of these, I don't think. And then this is the walks. So let's get the walk. Well, let's use the first walk probably. I may change it in a bit, but we'll see. Screw that up. Check this over and failed here. There we go. And then I just need the run. We'll just use the first run. I'll tweak it a bit, but hey, Strange, how's it going? And yeah, it's I'd say it's more of a macabre Metroidvania than a straight up horror game, but there's some elements of horror. It's mostly about a bunch of possessed dolls in a warehouse. They have, like, you know, human souls in them and like that, and you having to battle your way through it. You discover why everything's cursed, and you know how you ended up there. I mean, obviously you got killed, you ended up there, so you have to solve the mystery of random ghost girl that's floating around. You know, that you don't know why she's obviously where this curse is coming from, and yeah, I don't know. It's kind of got some horror elements, lots of blood, lots of creepy doll thingies and stuff. Not all of them creepy, but you know. Not the AI part. What I'm actually doing is the animations. I got these new characters, and well, you know, I don't know why I deleted those. I haven't I'd set up all the animations for him. These ones here, like, put all these back real fast because I need the notification to know which one's which. Let's see. I picked these up and they came with some attack animations. I'm just gonna move this off to the side so I can click them and show you. Mostly just pin things. This one doesn't actually have an option to attack with the teeth in the center, which is really sad. I really want it to, but it just doesn't. Just has lots of pin attacks. And then has some leap attacks too, I believe. What has jumps? I don't know if they're necessarily attacks. That's kind of a jump in place. That's a jump attack. There we go. Yeah, it has that. And an in place version. Not as many options on this one. Oh, well, I have my main character here. Poppet is a doll, and I made her in Daz, so she's her own thing there. Though I admit that she's not done many favors in this particular engine. So, places I'd recommend are, well, obviously the marketplace. If you're whichever one you're using, if you're using Unreal Engine, the Unreal Marketplace. So if you're using Unity, Unity Marketplace. A lot of them are gonna. Wait, did I break her? Yeah, she should be fine. Okay. Why isn't she moving? Huh. I think I broke with my character here. Weird. Wonder what happened to her. Huh, I broke her. How? Alright, well. Let me figure that out real fast. But yeah, one of the places I actually recommend, let me bring it up real fast so you can see. I recommend Daz Studio. What's great about it is it's essentially the ultimate character creator. They give you all these different parts and things like that for just the craziest things, outfits, characters, and the like. Depending upon what kind of game you're talking about, you know, I mean, they're very good for, if you say you want toon characters, okay, well then it gives you access to all these toon characters, and you can mix and match things from all these characters onto each other. Make, you know, your own crazy things. Actually, I just opened Daz. There's a chance this crashes the stream if I do this, but whatever. For purposes of it, I can always restart the stream if it comes down to it. One second while I open that. Load it up real fast. I have so many things running right now that it's actually kind of a little hard on the computer. Yeah, like, you know, say you want horror things from there. You can actually mix and match them, and now there's all these horror options here. And say you click one of them, like, I don't know, this death bundle. You can get all these really big savings on them, so they're not necessarily this expensive. Like, you can stack savings and get as much like 90% off these things like that. And this comes with all these different things here. Like, you know, this hair, which you can use to do things like that, or, you know, these outfits, or... And because you can mix and match all this stuff, you can actually, you know, build a lot of characters out of them. So it turns into like the ultimate character creator, effectively. So like one of the things I do is I make characters in here like that, and kind of small for this monitor, unfortunately. Yeah. Fix your render settings real fast. Active viewport. One of the characters in the game. This might be too much for my computer, so we're about to find out. This is a bad decision. And you can see, like, they look much better in there. Actually, I don't like this particular extra outfit on her, but I think I got rid of it later. The BF corset. And then you can animate and pose these models as you see fit, including adding characters and changing them around and like that. I'm gonna turn back to filament though, because the IRA is really heavy. So you go like the parameters and things like that, and you can. Oh, you can totally create horror game characters using Daz. I'll get to those in a second. Like, we gotta do this here. Is there anything you need to... Who do I have that's a really good horror character in here? A lot of these characters are not so horrifying because they're kind of not meant to be that. Like I have this creepy doll lady. Oh yeah, Daz has lots of free stuff. What you do, let me go there in one where I'm not logged in so I can just show you. Because I already have them on my account, so it won't really do anything here. So, yeah, you go here. And they do free things every, I want to say every 2 weeks. And the way you really find the free stuff, like they used to have like a free thing listed up here, but they don't seem to anymore. Go to here and then price high to low, or sorry, low to high, and you'll see the free things. And if you look, these are currently all free characters that you get, like free stuff. And as you can see, they give quite a bit free. Like we go to like the second page for things that aren't free, you know? Yeah, you get all the way here for things that aren't free, and they keep changing it up, so you'll get a lot of neat stuff just over here. Actually, we're still in free things all the way down to here. So just keep showing up every 2 weeks and collect the things, and that's a good way to get free stuff, because you can make a lot of characters like that. They also come with poses, too, and you can animate with it and the like as well. The big downside to Daz is sometimes the models are a little heavy, so you might have to do some optimization yourself. But other than that, I mean, you can move it over to Blender. They have bridges between them and Unity and all those ones like that. Maya, if you happen to have that, you know, a lot of things. That you can have a lamb there. You can make a black sheep or something like that. You make it really creepy. So for customization, it's very good. This could be a horror character. You got a ghostly alien. And these are just for free right now. I literally have, I don't even know how many things at this point. Some disgusting amount. But yeah, highly recommend it. A lot of my characters are made in there. I was working on a creepy doll thing. Might be too heavy. Because my game's about creepy toys and everything like that, so, or, you know, cursed toys and other things like that, so. If you have it in this NVIDIA iRate, it looks way better, but when you put it into Unreal Engine, it doesn't usually look like the NVIDIA version. It looks like this version, usually. With slight differences, like transparency doesn't really show very well. But let's say you don't like this hair, because this hair kind of sucks. Okay, well, first of all, you can either move the hair around and tweak it if it has settings, which it does, but I don't like that hair. That's cool. I got plenty of other hairs I could use that, you know, also work. Maybe she needs to have, like, you know, this hair. I didn't click on the character. Oops. 1 second. Click on the character so it attaches to her, so I don't have to do it manually. I mean, I can do it manually. I'll use the brown one here. Right there. And then it'll refit the brown one hair to her now. Give it a second, and it doesn't work super well for this character because her head's so big, because I made her head big intentionally, but I can adjust the head size and suddenly look, now it actually fits. Fits her a little better. She still looks a little bald. Not every hair works well in this character because of, you know, her obviously head size. That's okay though, because I can actually change her head size if I want. I can actually change a lot about her. Like head propagation scale, I believe, right? Yeah, I can shrink her head down if I want. You can do all kinds of crazy things, these things like that. I mean, you know, got plenty of doll materials too, so I can retweak her like that, change her eye colors and like that too, so she can do all kinds of weird things there. Give her different lips if I want. These are layered, so they take forever to load up. Did that. Yeah, it's supposed to have more of a cartoony type of look. I definitely went for more of a Pixar DreamWorks type of setup than I did with the other. Make her look more creepy intentionally. But I mean, you gotta remember, these are dolls. They're like tiny little things, so, you know, like, well, she's not that tiny, but... if the main character's like, you know, 10 inches tall, it kind of, I'll start a new thing here. It kind of limits what you can do with them, you know? Like, as far as, you want to make them look cute. They're a toy, right? So, I mean, they got, I'll start with one of the generic characters that is dev loaded. So this way, like say you want to make a male character. The dev load one's like, the thing about dad's characters is they're anatomically correct. So I'm going to load the dev load version. So this way you don't see that they're, well, a naked person. Like you can, they have like a thing there, but they don't have the actual giblets, basically. I'm going to put clothing on them first. I'm working with a Victorian steampunk thing. So all my characters are going to be Victorian steampunk. I have all the wardrobe things for them and things like that. In case you want to give them various things. Let's say I want to do, like, I've got like an assassin outfit. I'll just put the whole outfit on them. You can mix and match pieces if you want. I'm being lazy. Give it a second to outfit the character. You can actually give them like individual pieces, like say I don't like this particular hood, I'm going to give it like, you know, a space helmet hood for no apparent reason. Now he has that. Why does he have that? Put a dumb hat on it too. Let's enlarge the hat for no apparent reason other than I can. Expand the hat. Continue expanding the hat. Move the hat up. Maybe dial it back a little bit. There you go. Rotate it back. And now it's like a cowboy space guy. Don't question this. Why is this a thing? Who knows? But I'll get rid of the helmet for now because I don't want the helmet on there yet. Then I have various figures I could attach to it to make it easier. Like, you can use all the different mats you want to make an entire character if you want. Like all the base mats for this character, and then now it looks like a person. And I mean, I have a lot more female things than I do male things, so I make a lot of female dolls, since a lot of dolls are, you know, going to be female. If the character you're, well, I mean, most dolls usually are female dolls. Toss some hair on it. I mean, I have a bunch of hair choices, but we'll go the, give him a large beard for no reason, you know? Apparently this beard is quite the load here. Just cause, no reason. You can also sit there and go like, okay, well, I have all these different things. These are all the various sliders I currently have that will adjust the character around the various things. Just imagine a character creator with this many options. I mean, we got like jaw height, chin width, like chin cleft for no reason. I don't know. Cartoonish jaws, things like that. Lips, you know, like just nose bridge, like all kinds of weird crap. It just goes on and on and on. And this is just for the guy. They have way more for the women. Way more for the women. Oh my god. I usually prefer the ones that are entire characters because it's just quicker to do. You can make him like the underbelly guy, so he's like much more beefy type of fella. You have love handles for no reason. Kind of hard to tell in this. You can actually break the limits on these two. There's no real reason to use limits, so just in case you want to make them have like really big love handles. Don't get me wrong, sometimes when you break limits it actually looks really terrible, so don't do that, but you know, whatever. But you get the idea, like there's so many options here that you can just really go nuts with. You could be really tall for some reason. Torso length. Really tall. There's actually just height options too. I could have just done that. It would be a lot easier. Here's height, you know, normal height. He's, well, that actually doesn't reverse. Fair enough. Get even taller for that reason. You get the idea. You can just go crazy with it, and then you can get even crazier than that because you can actually go, okay, well, I'm gonna load an extra outfit in here, for purposes of showing this. There's dress options for, I guess I don't have a model selected. Sure, let's select a model so I don't have to see a bunch of stuff that's for the kind of the other characters. Let's say I don't like that particular thing there. We're gonna grab this lumberjack shirt. I'm gonna put it on him for purposes of this. It doesn't need to be on him. This is the easy way to get access to the texture. So I'm gonna select the lumberjack shirt's texture here. And I'm gonna copy it. I don't need the lumberjack shirt anymore. I can go away. Now I'll go this thing here, and I'm gonna paste the lumberjack thingy. And now it has like lumberjack textures for no apparent reason other than I can. Maybe you don't like it in that color. Maybe you prefer it to be a different color. Make it green, I guess. Sometimes the colors don't show terribly well if you change them like that, but whatever. There's other materials too. In case I want to use all these other options I've got access to just, I've got base colors, I've got shaders to turn it metal for no apparent reason. He's got gold arms. You see where this just goes nuts on how far many things you can just do, and you can just keep changing them and changing them and changing them, and eventually you can make crazy characters. You just, every new product you add to it just adds more options to the characters. You get an idea of what to do with that. So I highly recommend Daz if you're gonna do it. And then, of course, the other place is, I mean, if you're just using, like, at least for Unreal, my computer's going really slow. It's about trying to load the marketplace on there. Showcase what I'm talking about, and it does not want to do it. Come on, computer. I mean, you can just click the free section on this, and there's like a million free things here. There's 1,323 assets. I'm just saying, you can make all kinds of things at this point. Tag for character, it's just like, these are all the characters that are currently free. Like 3 pages of things. Not everything's a character, I guess. Some of it doesn't look like characters at all, but I mean, there's some crazy mutant things here. And of course the Epic Games Paragons too, for that matter. Yeah, there's a lot of free out there. I figure out how I broke my character now. Probably when I cloned her thing or something like that. She's now angry at me because I did something. I clone this, is it like merge with her or something like that? Is that what the problem is? I don't know. Okay, so let me figure out what Poppet's broken suddenly. She shouldn't be, but somehow she is. Okay, oh wait, I need to look under Daz itself. Happen. It's just that one that's broken, right?
Hmm.
I think so. Just screwed it up. I would never do what I just did again. Could have just done the things manually, and I just made my life hard. Yeah, she works fine there. I just botched that one up like an idiot. I gotta redo it now. That one's broken too now. Oh boy. I'm punished for my laziness on this one. Deserved. Very deserved. Alright. Hey. Just standing, idle, UE. Yeah, somehow it like copied all of those? What happened here? Where did all the animations go? Yes. Is this being used anywhere? Yeah, I'm just gonna delete this and start it fresh here. There's so much wrong going on here right now. I don't even know. I just tried to be all cool and screwed it up. All those are broken. Guess I'll move these back over real fast. Okay, and then what I'm thinking I need to do is just I'm gonna replace the skeleton and put Poppet's one on there. Maybe somehow it got mixed up and swapped the skeletons on me. Hoping that's the thing. No. They're just broken. Hmm. What's the easiest means of fixing this? I have an idea. I keep a backup of the game. I'm going to override it, but you can't do it while it's open. So I'm going to close it real fast and do a quick cheat thing real quick, and then I'll load it back up. 1 second, I don't want my entire computer's files shown on there, so we'll just take me a moment. I just need to copy paste some stuff. I'm just going to copy paste the animation files. Poppet. Second. Hopefully everyone else's night is going exciting here and better than mine just went. Yeah. Copy those real quick. I keep backups of my game so I can fix stuff really fast. Or break it even worse, depending upon how it goes. Just about done. Okay, now I'm gonna try to reboot this thing and see what happens. If it breaks, well, you know. Wouldn't be the first time I had to fix something I broke. Won't be the last. My computer takes a while to load this project. I'm just gonna say I need to do some optimization or something. Yes. Please do. I'm just going to load up on this level and see if it broke everything or not. Wait, lame-o test level where I just literally drop crap out here and see what happens. Oh, look at how much easier it was to fix that. Ah, yes, perfect, perfect. And that's how we fix problems with Unreal Engine. You just keep a backup copy and copy paste whatever brings you broke right back in. And it's none the wiser because it was a copy of your project anyway, so unless it's a file you made a change to, it's identical. Okay, so with that fixed, I guess I could use this as a test thingy. Get out my battle arena. Step into the arena. Oh, I have battle arena here. That character. Let's put a spawn stuff in here. So happy that she's fixed. Got my spawn stuff here. Let's have it spawn staged enemies. Spawn 5, I guess. They don't really move around yet, but we're getting there. Where did it spawn them? Oh, there we go. Oh look, it does move around, kinda. Not really. Actually, they do move around. For some reason, they're moving to this very specific spot they seem to like, even though they have no anything. So they're quite literally possessed at this point. I have no idea why they are going there. Makes zero sense. Because I don't think NPC actually has anything on it for movement. I don't believe it does. Maybe it does. I don't know. And on focus, what would it load here? No, no, no. Widget health bars, texting, wellness, combat check. There's no actual move to. So, yeah, I don't know. I have all these move options that are better anyway. Okay, so that's a thing, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. What they're doing, I don't care. It's not going to change much here. None of these assets apparently are useful. I am going to make a copy of this, but I'm going to manually do it this time, just so I have the setup for it better, because I will forget how to do it otherwise. I need this, and basically it's just asset details. Arm pop's nice. Okay. So what I need actually for this, it's just 2 axes, right? So I need those numbers here. I'm gonna do a quick, take a screenshot and then load up in Krita here. I can copy names from the other screen here. Well, not names so much as I just want these numbers. Okay. So, with that said, let's do the stitch thingies here. These are actually Poppet's animations, and I have no idea why I moved them down there, but I did, so let me fix that. I noticed they were missing earlier. I'm not actually using them, I don't think, so I don't know why I even bothered, but... Wait, they changed picture on me. Whatever. Sure. Sure. Alright, so I'm gonna use this one. How do I add more axes, though? Not gonna use that one. Animation blend space. Stitch. Was there 2 on the other one and I just didn't notice? Or is there like a One Direction blend space that I don't know about? I have so many questions. Yes. Has only One Direction. How interesting. I think there was a One Direction blend space and I just haven't seen it in a while, so For some reason, it doesn't like having multiple ones of these open at the same time. Actually, no, it did. Weird. I guess I can't for the same character can only have one open, but here. So what I actually need is this is gonna be direction. And negative 180 is the minimum, and 180 is the maximum. Have it as 8 divisions in that. Snap to grid, because I don't know why I wouldn't do snap to grid. This one here, this is the speed. At 600. Okay. Start with the idle. Put it right there. And then and run. Great. He doesn't have all the extra movements. He's only got like a handful of animations, but that's okay. I could duplicate these and speed them up. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm going to do that. So let's see. Where's the strafes at? Run left. And I believe you can play it faster. Rate scale. So what if we do like 2? There you go. Yeah. In case you don't have like, you know, dedicated ones for that, you can cheat your way through it. Like a pro. Duplicate. Run. Actually, not run. Okay, so it still says strafe, and that's fine. Okay, and then apply to assets strafe. Which one's the run? That's the run. My gosh, I don't know why on Poppet's one I didn't have that snap to option. It's so easy. Before I was like having to sit there and type the numbers in. This one's just snapping it to where it needs to go. Beautiful. It saved so much time. So much time. And click on this, and I can just use this to move it around here. Way faster. Lower. Hey, they're right? Let me double check something here. Compare it against Poppet's one here. I hate to have it backwards. I've done that plenty of times where it's just completely backwards. And you're like, oh, cool. Great job. Also, snap and snap. Yeah, it's just... Wait. left there, right there. So it's exactly, it seems like it should be. Yeah, okay. The reason why I was a little confused is because when you're looking at him, if on his strafe left here, he's literally going right on my screen, but it's supposed to be looking from behind him, so that's what's confusing me sometimes. Anyway. The other thing I need to look at is Poppet's setup for her event graph, which is, she doesn't need all this crap, but what I'm going to probably need is to update my acceleration for 2 directions. For some reason, Yui has this weird fetish where you only have like idle, walk, run, and strafe animations just aren't included. I just need to make certain that I'm not missing something by comparing it against hers. Hers is obviously I need to check for character direction, I believe, yeah. Because direction isn't calculated naturally here, so let's do that. We'll call this direction. And it auto turns that into what I need. Character's the default thing that they use for all the UE stuff. Like they do it right here on every one of them. That should be everything I need. And then I get to go to the anim graph here. Locomotion. Immediately get rid of this stupid idle thing. I don't know why you need a separate state for idle. It literally does it on the blend space. Movement. I can spell, I swear. Public education at its finest. Ground speed's already figured out for me, and the reason I wanted direction was literally for this. Delete that one. Alright, so we're looking pretty good. I almost should have just copied the one for the voodoo doll. I probably should have. Whatever. And next time I'll probably just duplicate these and do that, and I can swap the skeletons, so it saves a lot of time. I wonder how long the delay is on them showing me the message and not. Because I set the delay thing to like the median amount, where it's not like instant, but it's a little bit less time. It seems like it's pretty fast, but one of the things I discovered was my connection really wasn't working very well for the like instantaneous one. It's been really crappy lately, ever since the summer started. I think the heat's messing with the lines or something. We live in an area where the cable lines are ancient and it shows. Okay, so now let's get this character actually moving around to make certain it does something. Now let's make it event character behavior. Custom event. Character behaviors. Character behaviors. And this is where I'm just gonna grab one of the other ones that already exists, and I'm gonna Just duplicate it. And then I'll tweak their behaviors. It just saves me so much work. Because there's so much duplicate crap you have to do on everything. It's just like... I mean, not all of it's duplicated. I mean, a lot of the behaviors are created on the NPC parent thing, so all of them are there, but it just makes it a lot easier if I don't have to just do all this again. It's just a lot of, you know? So much of this stuff is kind of duped. Grab this. I don't need any of this stuff here. Destroy weapon is... unnecessary. Full mini pop. These things were all things that aren't even necessary anymore. Okay. And to paste it right on top because it grabbed a bunch of stuff it didn't need. What happened here? Sometimes it gets a little finicky. Okay, it's that. Why'd I drop these right on top of here? I don't care about actor begin overlap. Actually, we'll call this thinking. Makes the most sense. This should actually be character behaviors. I named it exactly the same thing, and the important reason for that was so I could just sit there and recycle this code here. This character does not actually attack. So I don't have an attack here. Move way there, attack, move to target. Do I have... I don't have an attack target, but we'll make an attack target real fast. I'll just steal it off of this one really quick. And then tweak a bit. Sure, whatever. They all end up with custom attacks anyway. I think there's just a montage to play. Hey. Interesting. Sure. And we're going to set montage to play. Right here. And I already have a system for the players in the air so that I can have this thing try to jump at the player too. Maybe it'll hit him, I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. I'm not going to do these yet. I don't care about any of these because none of those are a thing that's even on this character. Montage to play is good. NPC weapon is... Uh-oh. This exposes a problem. The problem is that with multiple weapons there, this is going to have to do... On the montage, it's going to have to do all of it. Because it has more than one weapon, so I need to get access to these. Whip weapon array. Get a copy, I guess. Sure. Actually, for loop. Never mind. I don't need to get a copy of the array. Gotta run all those. We no longer need a valid here. Length. Is does not equal -1. Right. I'm gonna have to make this change on the other one too. I think I copied it so I could find out that I had an error in the other one because of how I changed the weapon system. This is way easier than the other change I would have had to have made if I didn't do it this way. Like, I'd had to have done a bunch of duplicate code over and over to make this happen. These two things here, but then... Then for each loop on this. And the loop body is just it and swing weapon. And we're gonna take all this crap. Oops. Go back to the Voodoo Mama. copy this over the Voodoo Mama here, which is not as hype now as the other one. And this is connected to on complete, right? Oh no, it's just completed. It's that one, sure. So it does this during, and then on completed it does this. Add all this over to this thing here too. Why isn't it adding it? Okay, it's weird. A bit finicky, apparently. I don't know. Like it's just being dumb. Like, nope, I'm not adding those. I might have to compile and save to make it addable or something. Maybe that's the problem. That's assuredly the problem. Okay. Happens when you copy paste stuff over. Okay, so now they'll swing weapon and it should damage the character and all that. That's good. I made it more complicated than it probably needed to be. Okay. That means that they should be basically ready to try to fight me now. No, they're not. I forgot to give them an animation. Like, I set up where the animation goes, I just didn't give them the animation. Not very helpful, you know? Okay, so... if it's just on the ground, which attack are we gonna use? Maybe that one's kind of lame. That's the lamest attack. I kind of want it to be a double attack just because I don't, I want to test both of them out anyway. That's fine. We're using that one. Oh. I have forgotten an important thing. I also don't think I need these anymore. I don't care. Movement's only matters. Oh, never mind. The jumps are still being referenced for some reason. I'll get to those later. Okay, so we want this one here, but I need basically every one of these things besides the walks. All the attacks. I don't need the idols. The deaths are important. On jump attack. Basically those ones there, and I need to just create anime montages. Then with montages in action, that one there, and I'm going to want to do a leap attack for this one. Do the in-place one, perfect. Okay. I forgot this little spawner thingy doesn't work too well until you're actually within, you have to leave its range then go in or something. There we go. Not actually walking. Okay, why aren't they actually walking? They're moving. Why do they keep trying to go back to that spot? Okay, there's a change I need to make on these because they Epic sets their own animation things up wrong, which is pretty adorable to watch. It's set up so that the player can use it and not anybody else. So I guess it's not really wrong. It just sets it up in a way that is pretty worthless most of the time. Okay, let me set this over here. And compare it against the itch one here. See where I botched something. Oh yeah, here this current acceleration thing does not work the way you think it does. It's weird. It does not. What you actually have to get is velocity. Velocity's already got an option here. Instead of all this dumb crap that you don't need. Do this and I don't need any of this crap. No, I don't need current acceleration. I need this. This should move thing is just unnecessary. What I need is vector length. XY. And then I'm gonna set this as ground speed. It's an important change to make, otherwise the other thing is it requires you to be like the player to get the what they're talking about, so it doesn't work unless you're the player, so it's kind of silly. Remember spending all this time trying to figure that out. It was such a pain. Hey Blinded, how's it going? I got like almost 3 hours of sleep, so I'm gonna be up earlier than normal. Got a bit of a nap, I did. Good times. On, little buddies. There they are. Still not moving. Aw. That's puzzling. Just duplicated the character entirely. I did that twice. Why? I don't know. Because I don't need this twice, if it make any sense. Huh. Gotta love when those game ideas are just, unable to be stopped. Like, nope, nope, I must make this. It's like the whole brain at 3 a.m. thing all over again. So, here's why my character won't move, by the way. I didn't give it an animation thing. It probably needs that. I'm just saying. Sometimes I do a lot of dumb. It's just how I work. No questions. I do a lot of dumb. Also cool, more songs. Nice. One day I will make songs. I doubt that. I so doubt that. I didn't end up keeping the new movement from UE 5.4. I realized how little gameplay it actually added and how hard it was going to be to make it work. How many systems I'd have to learn. I just decided what I currently have was good enough. There we go. Look at him. Really so cute. Whoa. I don't know what happened there. I'm a little terrified of them now. You're still cute though. Yeah, exactly. Indecision accomplishes nothing. I have no idea whether doing the whole giant thing from Skyrim on me. I'm just saying. I actually give the player a slightly unfair advantage. The weapon actually reaches farther than it looks. Why are they unhittable though? What's going on here? I have so many questions. It's not even supposed to launch the target. It doesn't have launch as an option. Yeah, they should all be getting hit. It's very weird. They're like, there's a lot of not right yet here. Which probably just consists of me not having programmed the right things in. I don't think I care about this particularly at the moment. Maybe in the future. First man, I put her HUD back up even though I had started streaming almost 3 hours ago. I didn't bother to put her HUD back because I disabled it for the screenshot. Very exciting. This whole lack of HUD thing. The thing is they're based off of the BP NPC, which handles all the damage. So, because this is a child of that, it shouldn't actually, the only thing that should be necessary on here is what behaviors they have. And like the Voodoo Mama works that way too. She basically just has these behaviors here and then some other stuff for funsies, but Weapon Destroy doesn't do anything anymore. Pull Mini Pop is actually for a different thing here. Summon Unit does actually work. But other than that, she doesn't really do a lot of this stuff. Like attack is a thing, but I did make a slightly different weapon thingy. That's notable. Also, I don't need the Summon Unit thing. So I don't need a summon unit timer. It'll be a special move timer, but I think I'll turn that off. These enemies aren't supposed to be that intelligent, so they don't need to do a whole lot of crazy. Oh my gosh, every time I hear this particular track, I use it as the background for Art's, you know, weird little levels for so long that now I just see that game. Even though I never finished it and really went terribly far with it. The game was so hectic. Oh my god. Because if you actually took any time and stopped, you could actually just lose the game because they would get eaten and you wouldn't be able to win. I might still make that game as I intended it. I might not make it a Metroidvania. It actually had a fun mechanic, even if it didn't fit the game terribly much, but... it's the... I'm gonna grab that real fast and do that. I'll bring it up, actually. I'll bring up one of the imager things for it, I guess. My collection of imager thingies that I've just had forever here. I mean, it was this one here. No, it wasn't. That's not it. That's the original Poppet Quest thingy. Trying to find what was the actual gameplay of it, not like some test. Oh, pretty much this thing here, but I had a better version of it for purposes of showing what was going on. Or did I? Guess I didn't. Whatever, never mind. It was just this one where you're running around, so you can see how much my computer's struggling. This is an old version too, jeez. They're really old actually. Really old. Wow. My poor computer has too many things going on. It's like, I can't run this. Well, fine, be like that. I can also just go to my YouTube probably as well. This'll work. That's a old one. I think the best one I got? Wow. I never update my YouTube. Ever. I never had a good version of this. So basically it was like this one here, which is like, this is a really old version. Were you just running around and pulling the things with and everything? This was a really old, before it even got into DAS. But what it did do is you saw this like level being eaten right there. And you had to get all the puzzle pieces to there to the exit before the world got eaten. And if you failed, at the time you could drag things in there to reset time. Later on I had the ability to fix it. But if you failed, like if the thing ate the things and you had no way to reset the level before that happened, then the level became unwinnable. That happened a lot. Later versions, but I don't know why I never bothered to record good versions. I really need to update my actual videos. I never do. I'm like the most worthless YouTuber ever. I just like streaming on the platform. I don't actually do anything else with it besides stream. Yeah. But the plan was not a bad one because, you know, it like it was a good gameplay loop and that, you know, you had only so much time and you later on I tried to make it more complicated, but the whole gist was you used a little paths behind you, a little trail behind you as your weapon, and also the way you pulled stuff around. And you could pull the stuff after you to get it to the exit, and you had to make the exit really fast, and they gave you a super fast ability to pass through things and rocket across the level. Which I was going to put limitations on, but I never got terribly around to how much I could limit it, so. All the levels were randomly generated, and it was the system that I originally tried to switch over for Poppet Quest to make the randomized levels. Only I slowed it way down because Poppet Quest doesn't have a reason to be fast. Yeah, that's kind of it. Streaming is so much less effort, and I kind of just want to make games. Is that weird? You know, I was just trying to make games. I wasn't trying to be a freaking influencer. I don't even have an actual thingy up there showing, you know, who I am. I don't even care if that's on there, honestly. Whatever. For streaming, you just have to stream a lot and get people to keep showing up, and over time you'll build, you know, an audience. I think that's actually just better than trying to make videos. Like, I don't want to make tutorial videos. I don't. I have no interest in teaching people how to make things. I really don't. I just find it very boring, and I just don't care. There's plenty of videos out there. Fine, whatever. But I don't know. I can do like devlogs, but I don't even watch devlogs. I don't even know what a devlog has in it. I just never cared. I just wanted to make games. I don't know what to actually put as videos. I consider doing, you know, some sort of creepypasta stuff, like, you know, things happening in my world and everything like that, and then just building the game as my own little side thing. I might do that. I mean, with a name like Imaginary Villain, I sound like I'm, you know, some kind of SCP horror crap. Not a game dev channel explaining how to use Unreal Engine or something. So, you know, like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't figure why this character can't be damaged. Let's do a quick test here. Also, I'm gonna load up the other level. I hate the test level. It's so ugly. Yeah, I gotta find some sort of content to make that's not like streaming. There's something I put on my actual YouTube feed there, so I look like I actually make YouTube videos. I can do Let's Plays of things, I guess. I don't know. Then I gotta play people's random games. That doesn't sound like it really pushes like forward the goal of what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to make. I guess it's a nice break, sort of. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I really could teach people. I guess I needed to crash. It felt like crashing, I guess, whatever. Yeah, I really could teach people a lot. I probably could. I mean, I like to tinker, and I do come up with a lot of dumb crap. So I probably could be a teacher and be good at it. I don't know. I guess? I don't know. This doesn't sound fun. I guess I was trying to make this a job, maybe. It will get people interested in me making games, so it'll give them a reason to watch me make a game. So for purposes of streaming, it makes sense. I'm loading the game up again, by the way. It's just on the other screen because that's the default screen. And you can't move the loading screen, so yeah, it would encourage people to be interested in me making a game, but not in the game itself. I mean, maybe by proxy they might be slightly interested in the game, but overall they don't care. They'll be interested in tutorials. So what'll happen is people will show up to the stream, and instead of me working on the game, they'll ask me questions on how to fix things and how to, you know, make their game work, essentially, and I'll spend the entire stream trying to figure that out. So I see where that goes, and then I basically just become a, you know, a tutorial stream. I teach people how to do things. That would be what we do. It would no longer be about game dev. The other option is to, like, you know, do like various, like, almost like creepypasta style, like, you know, stories about my world and everything like that, because it's kind of got a lot of weird stuff going on. Which I have to write this myself. I guess it just wants to crash again. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted. We'll get it to work eventually. Being kind of finicky at the moment. Doesn't like me. This is why I load into a test level, by the way. So, because the main level is so heavy, it tends to like to break. Yeah, I do SCP stuff at that point, you know, like creepypasta things for my world. And then people get really interested in the world, assuming I can write okay, you know, stories. I come up with great stories for my world and advance my world. However, then they're not going to really care about me watching me make a game for it. because at that point they want to hear stories, and if I'm busy making a game, I'm probably not reading off stories. Then it becomes almost pointless to stream making the game. That's kind of where I'm at then. So both of these roads lead to, I don't know how many people actually caring about the game itself. One of them leads to me caring about my world, assuming I can make the world interesting enough. So it's more fun and creative. The other one leads to me maybe becoming a dev to teach people how to do stuff. I don't know. I could try to do humorous tutorials, I guess. Like these. It does not like this level today for some reason. I wonder what the problem is. Might be just too much for my computer because it just keeps crashing. It is a lot of resources and my poor computer's having some issues. It crashed, right? It's supposed to close? Yeah? Jesus. See, the thing about shorts is I hate shorts. I don't watch shorts. I literally hide them every single time they pop up because every 30 days it persists in putting them back, and I just hide them again. I hate shorts. So I can't imagine making something that I just hate. But it does actually seem like I would be better off if I want to get people interested specifically in the game, being a game dev YouTuber, you know, who literally does videos on how to do it. But I also see how little traction those videos get. Because there's a lot of people doing them, and they do it for years, and they barely have any traction. But then when you're making those, you're also not, you know, making your game either. I don't know. I think the SCP stuff, like horror stories, would probably get traction far faster. I've been considering it. I really, the idea, I was writing some fun stories about, you know, weird locations in my world. Like a cafe that literally just, it changes its location every single time. And anyone who goes into it, it actually, it offers free things with the goal of keeping you there longer and longer and longer. All the clock, it's like, called the Cafe of Clocks, and there's clocks all over the place. And the clocks always show you a time that makes it seem like you have enough time. You can stay. And it just offers you free things. And its goal is to keep you in there past midnight, because if you stay in there past midnight, you become part of the staff. But nobody knows what happens to the other staff, you know, that were previously there. And each time, each new day, Cafe of Clocks opens in a new location in the city. Under a different fake name. But it's always a cafe full of clocks. And like stories like that, you know, where you run into it, you know, you play off that, would be way more interesting than writing a video of, and then this is how you make a third-person game, third-person RPG. It starts with jiggle physics because nothing else matters. Okay, that part's probably pretty good. I did consider a video explaining why you should make DAS, and then literally going over why there's like 400 boob sliders. There is an adorable amount of boob sliders in DAS, and every time you get a new thing, oh my god, it adds more. Is this gonna boot up? It did boot. In fact, I will load up DAS here. You can see the adorable amount of boob sliders that have been added in by the 9 million products. It's adorable. Oh my god. 1 second. I'll load a character up real fast. We'll see if it crashes the stream. I mean, it's already been going for, you know, almost 3 hours. If it crashes it at this point, yeah, whatever. I loaded DAS earlier, it didn't actually crash the stream. My computer's taking forever to load it though. Alright. Okay, I can't stand when the render thing doesn't take up the whole screen. It's annoying. I was going to redo Poppet with a slightly better, more detail in her outfit. I haven't moved it over yet. I tried the other hair, but the other hair actually breaks. But anyway. Yeah, I mean, it might be interesting. It would actually get them much more interested in my stuff overall, the world. So check this out. Yeah, like me and influence to get you a lot of things. Like, you know, people will be interested. Yeah, check out how many breast sliders we currently have. This is stupid. Like, what the hell? There's so many. Just in case you need them to be like ridiculous, this got your back. A lot of them are just bizarre and weird, but I think there's actually less of them than previous too. I think when I reinstalled, it got less of them, but they should be really big. No reason, really big. Why? I don't know. This is so your game can. This is the adult version of the game. Very important. Yeah, like there's so many. Crazy. Anyway, I was just excited by how many. It was so dumb. I thought about doing a thing talking about how, you know, Daz is such a great character creator and, like, you know, making a point of highlighting this stuff like, you know, there's a million boob sliders instead of important things. Oh yeah, like you can make it where it's bigger than the character. It's adorable. See if I can load that level, or if I need to just basically spend my time sitting on the crappy level for a bit. Just not load the other for purposes of this, just test perpetually on this. I mean, I was only going to work on the character anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... I spent a lot of time with Daz. The thing about Daz, though, and why I don't like streaming it... wow, this thing's just crash happy today. I wonder what its problem is. Whatever. This, like I said, this is exactly why I load into a little test level that... And the test level never crashes, so... I think it's just too much. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that I would almost rather do the SCP stuff. I think it's just more fun to have horror things, and it kind of fits my world's, you know, macabre feel. I might be doing that. I don't know. I could do tutorials. I do know a fair amount about these engines at this point. I could literally make tutorials on how to make all kinds of stuff. And it would probably make me a better game dev. But here's the thing. I become a better game dev and all, but then I spend way less time actually working on the game either way. So it's like, am I really... What am I really accomplishing here, man? Am I making the game, or am I doing something else? These are questions that I don't have good answers for. Why are these doing this thing? I don't know. These look like Poppet's animations. Why are they down here? They should be up here. I think I copied Poppet's animations over anyway, so I don't think I even need these. Yeah, I have them. I don't care. I think this is one of those indecision paralysis things where you're sitting there like you have so many options, you just don't know which to do. That's probably what's happening. Yeah. One of the things I was thinking about is that some of the stories don't seem like they would make good games. But I could tell people a story about a character or a simple scene or something like that and really set the world. And that would be more interesting, because right now it's hard to really even, like, I have to create all the visuals and everything, and then gameplay loops and everything. All this stuff for any story I want to do, and I can write stories way fast, but by the time I get the whole game together, I mean, like, this Poppet Quest story, like, I have a story going, but it's going to take me, like, you know, probably 2 years to make a game for it. It's insane. This isn't even to actually hype it up or anything like that. This is just to build a stupid game. So it's like, where am I at with this? Not to mention cutscenes too. Like, you know, I'm like, okay, well, let's make a cool cutscene. Well, at that point, can I just make an animation for people to watch on YouTube? Do I need to put it in a game? Do I think the game's going to get more traffic than the video on YouTube? Probably not. I don't know. I need the animation thingy open. I guess I don't need it, but it's handy. And then I need the character itself. Missing something for... Oh, I think I know where I'm missing on the damage. Oh, I'm almost 100% certain I know. Let me check something. I don't need this anymore. This is... It's just to always have the thing available to test. We're testing that. Fair. I mean, I appreciate all the input on it. I'm definitely just waffling on it, but I've been waffling for a while thinking about it. And that's, I think, the dumb part. I should probably not be doing that. I thought there was something on the weapon that required this. Tags? Oh, it has no tag. Okay. Give it a couple tags. And we'll call this a Stitch Voodoo. Not that I think the Stitch Voodoo part matters much, but sure. I have been thinking of a lot of stories for the world as I write my lore for everything like that, and I start coming up with how characters are, you know, interacting like that. And I have the entire ending of the game planned. I have the main villains planned. I have all 4 endings planned, including how I think some of the end encounters are going to play out. Because there's 3 different end encounters, 1 for each, you know, potential ending you pick. And to get the best ending, you have to get all 22 tarots. But to get the world tarot, you have to, like, Poppet. She decided to go, like, her friend went missing. Like, you know, there's a serial killer running around the port district of the city and has been abducting people. And her friend went missing like 2 weeks beforehand. And the police, you know, didn't really look for her very hard because her friend is, well, you know, she's kind of a lady of the night. She plays at being, you know, one thing, but she's mostly a prostitute. So that really didn't. I don't know why there's a Miranda standing there. That's weird. Sure, whatever. So she goes looking for him, you know, and eventually finds herself down at this dilapidated warehouse, and, you know, gets killed off because, you know, she's looking through that for her friend, and the Toymaker happens upon her and can't just let her leave. So she's looking for her friend, and her friend is here. But if you, I'm setting it up that you can kill her friend without knowing. And if you do that, you get a bad ending. There's 2 bad endings. Actually, there's 3 bad endings. There's a window, too, but why aren't they spawning? That happened. Okay, well, I gotta give them sound effects and stuff, too, because the default sound effects are wrong, and they also don't have a death thingy, but listen, man, they can be damaged now. It's a start. So yeah, I've got like a whole story set up like that, all the things like that, and I gotta slip all that into here too. But I could actually just tell stories about these things like that, you know, and just put them in my fictional world, and that'd be pretty fun. Including making visuals in Unreal Engine for the world, because what's the one thing Unreal Engine does really well? Make visuals. It's very good at this. Yes. That's why everyone and their grandmother has this really beautiful landscape and a really cool looking character running around doing nothing. Because the doing stuff part is actually really hard. But making the beautiful, you know, scenery with the really cool looking character around is really not. I saw someone's game dev tutorial. No, it's not tutorial. It was their Steam page, their first video for the game, and the game looked like it was a very pretty game. It's about some weird cat robot delivering pizza, except for there was no gameplay. Oh, don't worry, I'm including a bad ending. I would load the level like that. I literally have the window, like, it's the only open window in the whole place, and it's labeled as the escape. And I'm gonna put all kinds of messages on the walls, you know, about them like giving up, it being the only way out like that. And just because it's funny, I put the strength tarot in front of it, which gives you double jump, so you can jump out the window, thus killing yourself, and you can double jump out the window. This is very important, you know. I really want to give them a sign that this is what they should do with their time. It's in there. The bad ending is there. It's waiting for you. Because, you know, the curse powers, you know, all the dolls, so if you leave the bounds of the warehouse, the curse no longer powers you, or you die. That's the end of you. Oh, it does this. It's weird. I wish I could load the other level to show you what I had going for it, but I think it'll just crash. I'll try one more time. Wait for the crash, wait for the crash, oh my god. I think it's just too much for my computer to handle all this stuff going on is the issue. The longer this goes, the more it becomes a problem for it, because it's just, it doesn't seem to clear the memory very well for all the streaming stuff, or an Unreal Engine does. Actually, the streaming seems to not clear itself well, so it'll just keep crashing. So I'll have to show you a different day. Barring restarting the stream, I don't think it'll work. Yeah, I want to make it where there's a lot of feel bad endings. There's only one feel good ending. But I want you to feel bad because you'll discover later that you've killed your friend. You know, you'll discover that maybe Charlotte's not the bad character you think she is. You know, you'll learn all these things along the way. You learn characters aren't what they seem. A lot of characters that'll help you will actually turn out to be really bad people. I also have one honorable character who, if in the ending where you actually do go after Charlotte, and his name is Sir Tin, and he's a Tin Man, and he's just a really honorable guy. He's a police officer who, you know, got killed off because he got too close to what the tornado was doing, so the filmmaker, you know, killed him off and put him in a doll. And so he's like, you know, a protector, and he helps people out, and he'll help you too. But he's a protector, and he's not gonna, like, you know, let her get killed, so you'll have to fight him. So I want, you know, you to feel bad as you have to fight this character, because I've worded it that the Charlotte ending is effectively the genocide ending, where you've opted to just kill everybody. And you have to make a lot of sacrifices to do it. Like, it's not a good ending. But the other alternate ending, you're gonna have to sit there and betray your friend over and over too. Like, you're gonna have to hear the whole story about them pleading the whole time. You're gonna feel bad if you take either bad ending. But you already killed your friend, so, you know, sorry. I won't make a save that happens right before the battle that would dictate if you've killed your friend or not. I don't want to be that guy, so you don't want to make it play the whole game again, but... I don't want the final fight, if you do get all the tarots, to be pretty much terrible. Like, just a horrible scene that you're seeing. The real reason for the curse in the place is not a pleasant one. Let's put it that way. Okay, so I gotta make it the goods. pretty much all of my stories, there's not a lot of good happening in my world, I've discovered. Because I wanted to tell a story going through the world like that. It's basically a story of two different families, the Knights and the Fays, and they're basically the Hatfields and the McCoys for all intents and purposes, and they're always in conflict over control of the city. And, you know, it's almost always a game of revenge against the other one for something atrocity they have done. But not all of them are bad. They're huge families. So some of them are part of the more underworld portions of the families, and other ones are just, you know, not, they just have the name. Or they're, you know, like, tangentially related, or they're like, you know, just not part of that. They get caught up in the mix anyway. The problem is when you finally do come against a friend, first of all, I'm gonna make her friend horrible to you the whole game, give you every reason to kill her friend. You know it's a her because, you know, I told you at the start she was a random prostitute, so I already know it's her. I want you to, you know, have every reason to hate the character because the character is controlled by the curse, so she just knows what she's doing. So but it's so far into the game that, I mean, you're probably talking like 10-15 hours in that you'll have to repeat if I don't have a way to let you retry, you know? Like, that's real screwed up. It depends on how long the game is, but I mean, like, it's like right before the final chapter you'll come against this character in a final fight, and depending upon how you play that fight out will dictate whether or not you can get to the there'll be one chapter after that. Actually, to be fair, it'll just be one chapter no matter what after that, but the difference is what you do in that chapter. You either go after one of the two bad endings, or if you have all the complete heroes, you can open the way to the sub-basement for the real ending. And yeah, but your friend gives you it because the World Tarot, because I've been studying all the tarot things and all the meanings, because if I'm going to make characters based on, I have to, which, oh my gosh, I never thought I'd have to look at this much tarot like BS. Oh my god, I'm so not into it one bit. But it doesn't matter. It fits for the world, so I have to read a lot of it. But it's all about completing your journey, you know? It's about, you know, reaching the end of things like that. So her journey is to save her friend. So by saving her friend, you achieve the World Tarot. Your friend leads you to it, essentially. And you learn about what happened to your friend in the first place. So once you get that, then you can do all the things. I won't spoil what goes on, but I'm gonna make it interesting. I'm sure I've spoiled a bunch of things. If people just scroll back through the streams, like if there was some like MatPat out there who was like deep diving the lore of my streams, I'm sure I've spoiled a lot of things. Like I know I've spoiled Poppet's real name. I know I've spoiled her friend's real name. I know I've spoiled which character is her friend. I mean, just by scrolling through like various things on there, like my documents, I spoiled it. But I've done so many hours of streaming, just have fun finding it. This is really one. Okay, I need the animation template. That's what I was looking for, and then I got sidetracked by these things. But it's more fun to talk about the world. I get excited about that. I don't get excited about my mouse went dead. That's wrong. It didn't go dead. It just decided not to respond. Different. Come on. There we go. This mouse is crap. Yeah, I get excited about the world and all the things like that. What I don't get excited about is telling people how to program something. It's fine, but it's not exciting. I need a voodoo doll. I need the animations for it. I'm just going to clone rules, basically. That's what's happening. Well, you don't want it to fit too much because there's going to be a lot of changes that have to be made just because of how I've restructured the game. Like, I'm not sure if you're going to go inside of paintings anymore. Partially because, for story purposes, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, before I had a limited amount of area, but now you're just kind of traveling around the warehouse, so I could have things in there like that. It might also just be too much of a scope for the game. I don't know about that. And then, I worry that I make Tinka too powerful. by doing that. It starts to make me question, like, oh, why can't she do this? Oh, why can't she do that? Suddenly it's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Add state is, I'm sure it's just dead. And then is dead. Need this. So when the character dies, it enters this animation state here, and I can just do that. There's just much better. And then for this thing here, up here, death. Maybe 2? I don't know which one it looks like. That's an interesting one. What's the other one look like? I like that better. Oops. Never mind. Yeah, like it led to a lot of questions that I just didn't have an answer for. That's fair. I've been thinking about world. I have a lot of world building going on behind the scenes, stuff that's never going to go into games. It's just for purposes of me trying to write the characters and how they would react to things by giving them little histories and little stories that just about things happen. And yeah, I've just found that I need explanation for things, and in my world, there's magic is very not like there are powers everywhere, but it's never usually free. There's always something bad attached to it. Things with real power typically aren't good. Because, like I say, it's a very SCP thing too. And the reasoning for the world needed to be like that is I have like a whole group known as the Purists who hate all things magic and all the magical creatures. And in order to achieve a group like that that really hates these things, an extreme group like that, you have to have an equal thing to cause it. Like, the hate like that doesn't come from nothing. So a lot of the magic people are scumbags. There's weird SCP crap going on all over the place. Things aren't good. So these people hate that, and they try to fight it. So I include those kinds of things in there to make my world more interesting, as opposed to, you know, it's like, oh look, magical blah blah blah. Like, okay, Poppet gets these weird tarot powers, but she's stuck having to, you know, deal with the fact that it drives her insane to use the powers in the first place. And it's, you know, an evil curse thingy, or, well, no, it's a pretty evil thing. It causes her to even have the access to these in the first place, plus she had her soul stuffed in a doll. So, you know, right off the bat, nothing good came out of this system. Like, it's all bad news. Look, it fell over. Nice. But it's still there. Also, I need blood. 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 And I was actually considering having various ritual rooms because you have to collect basically the souls of... It's either going to be 5 or 6 girls. It was originally going to be 6, but there's 5 things in the pentagram, so maybe I stick with that. And each of the ritual rooms is going to use a different type of magic because you can tell that he's trying to find ways to, you know, bring back his, you know, dead daughter. Yeah, you know, I wanted to have a lot of, you know, him trying various, you know, hours to get there, find the right way. But then I thought about it and realized that I also might not be able to find assets for all of that, so there's some limitation on that one. My lore might not be able to have that. Yeah, it's good. You're not dead in my world, but bad things happened. Every character's story is like, there's levels of horrible things. Like, I mean, Miranda's entire story starts with the night where her entire family is killed by the Purists. So right off the bat, and her falling off of a, you know, a cliff and injuring herself, like, it's bad news. Like, her story is not good. But you need a story like that, and a horrible beginning like that, you know, like, goes through a lot of these things like that, you know, like, you know, being betrayed by friends and by like friends she thought like that, or even the man she loved like that, who actually didn't really betray her, but whatever. You need things like that to create a character who would need to go on a vengeance quest, because she's a vengeance character. So you have to make a character who's inherently good and turn them down a path of basically what amounts to damnation. A terrible occurrence has to happen to them. And that's just how my world is. Like, you'll gain power, but bad things usually had to happen to get there. It's never free, never good. I like that though, man. I don't like, perfect worlds. There are people with power, but I like to create situations like that are unsolvable by power too. Like, I might have a god character, but if I have a god character, I'll create a situation where that god character can't just wave their hand and cause the problem to be solved. Something that is unsolvable by power, like they have to actually get down in the nitty-gritty to do something about it. Which was actually one of the original game stories I was going to make, until I realized I couldn't effectively make it in RPG Maker. It was a story of a bunch of the gods in the world who are just, in a horrible thing that happened, and it's like something they cannot solve with their powers just because to make it a thing, Like I said, I realized that story could never really be told in RPG Maker. I tried. You'll see some of the early versions of the of what I was making include a different character that's not Miranda, who's running around. The original character is using, yeah. I'll get to her eventually. It's also why and Remember Tomorrow's mechanics were all weird, because they stole the mechanics from that other game. It didn't make any sense. And why that game led into dev hell, because it had no concept of itself. It's like, well, I'm taking mechanics from this game, but they don't really match this other character's game, who was never like an Alice character. She was like trying to basically just survive the night, and then over time would go on a vengeance quest to get vengeance on the people who killed her family. And then she's taking this weird world-ending mechanic, where she's like falling off a cliff. She didn't originally fall off a cliff. She got rescued by other people. She like got injured and knocked unconscious. She's worthless until much later. So it was like that game it tried to be too many things. Don't do that to yourself. Needed a clear plan. Poppet's an Alice character. She's completely an Alice character. She's literally been dropped into effectively a Wonderland, even though the Wonderland is, a cursed warehouse full of dolls, but it's kind of a Wonderland, okay? So she's much closer to an Alice character than the other. Yeah. I mean, like the templates can work. You can make action games pretty well in RPG Maker. It's not that hard. Well, I mean, it's more hard than it needs to be. But the story I was trying to tell was too grand, and the visuals didn't match it, which is why you saw this stuff in space and things like that. It was very, very much intended to be a different thing. It's just, I don't know. I couldn't make it what I wanted. It was just not on the level. Too many things I tried to figure out how to make, and I don't know. I just didn't have any clue. I need to find out why this character's not dying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at one of the other ones where I actually did a better job of killing a thingy off. I need my exploding characters here. Oh wait. Have you seen the exploding characters, Blinded? I mean, have you seen them? The Annies? They're wonderful. They're like the greatest thing ever. Oh my god. I'm gonna show you these things. These things are glorious. Okay, I'm gonna spawn them faster than that. The spawn rate is so slow. Trigger distance will be 1,000 here. Total spawns like that, and I think durations actually what dictates how fast they spawn. I want them out really fast. Why are only 2 of them spawning? There we go, more of them. Look at these wonderful things. Aren't they glorious? Knocks Poppet back too. They're not spawning very fast though. It's behaving very weird. There they are. Look at all of them. Unfortunately, I'm outside of the of light, so it's turning everything insane. You can't see the blood very well. Let me get back in the light for a little bit. Oh yeah, look at them go. Oh yeah. And they die too like that, and they're wonderful. Why is this one still there? I have so many questions. You were working perfectly on the other level. Why don't you work perfectly now? What happened? It's the weapon thingy. That's what it is, right? I think it's breaking on the weapons. Yeah. Why is she on this level? You're not supposed to... Wait, what? What? She's not even there. Why is the Miranda spawning in here? Look at this. There's no one there. Now she's there. This level is haunted. Why is this level haunted? Haunted by the character that never was. Why is it haunted by the character that never was? Oh, she's hiding in this. Oh. Stop that. You're not supposed to load her. You know. Pretty much. I'm all confused here. This might require more alcohol. I might have been drinking some amount, so if I'm losing my train of thought on things, that's probably why. It's fine. I agree. She is totally holding that grudge. I had a big discussion with someone on what her game would be like. Because it's a person I tend to bounce a lot of ideas off of. And, you know, it would basically be what amounts to a survival game, because she has to essentially go through 12 miles through the mountains at night, but she has no skills. She's effectively like a princess. She's actually like a nobility. She doesn't really have a princess, but she's close enough. And I was like, okay, well, if she's like a noble daughter with no particular skills, how in the world did she manage to sneak out at night to go meet some random guy, first of all? Because that's what, like, she's lured away at night to go see a meteor shower on a date, effectively, from this guy she's always wanted to, you know, be with, like them. And the guy stands her up, and, like, you know, during that time she sees smoke in the distance, or, you know, and discovers, like, you know, it's from the direction for the Fey Manor, so she's like, oh my god, things are on fire. She goes running back there and sees the Pyrrhus, so, you know, destroying it, like, have lit it on fire, they killed everybody, and she's like hiding in the shadows, and she sees the guy there who actually invited her on the date, so clearly he lured her away so she wouldn't die. So I had to explain why this character is somehow alone, and then, you know, that character, you know, then goes and runs off in there, because off into the mountains, because there's no other way out there, like, you know, she has to go hide. And there's an old Fey, like, you know, smugglers thing there, because they're smugglers, or they used to be, that goes up over the mountains and goes into the port district of the city. So it would be about a character with no skill whatsoever having to survive those 12 miles in the dark without, you know, basically dying to nature or just exposure, even like that. And then it's like, well, okay, how did she end up alone? Because, you know, if she's like literally like what amounts to nobility, then they'd never let her be alone. Just wander off into the freaking darkness. No. Okay, so where did her guard go? Because if she had a guard, the guard could protect her the whole way, and those 12 miles would be trivial. Sure, she'd be kind of weak and not very good at getting through those 12 miles, but he would have a literal fighter to protect her. So it would be literally like defend the princess at that point, which is not the point of the game. I was just like, how does this work out here? Like, it'd be a survival game, effectively, for a character that's just not particularly powerful. And I'm like, but wait a second, I hate survival games. So now I don't even want to make that because it's a survival game, and I hate those. So I was like, it could be a horror game where she's like being chased the whole time, I guess. That's not completely out of my wheelhouse, I guess. But it made no sense. I was like, Okay, so I got distracted again. I keep getting distracted. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out my character like that, and that was where it came out the whole, well, maybe she, like, you know, falls unconscious because she gets injured like she did in the other thing, but instead she has to try to fight to stay alive because she's like dying or something like that, and it gives her the will to live thing. Okay, that works kind of, but then I was like, but now I don't have a story, because the whole story was her trying to survive getting there. But if she's in some fantastical world in her mind, what's the story? That was the big problem. That's why that game effectively got canceled. What was the story? There was no story. Her story was her trying to survive getting there. But I took that away by making her in her own little dream world because she's, you know, got injured and like that. And like, there's no story anymore. So I was like, this makes no sense. She wasn't intended to have a game. In reality, what should have happened is the game should have played like Dishonored. It should have cut to her much farther in the future, and she should have only been remembering the bad things that happened. A time when she's significantly more capable, having had to live on the streets and being adopted by essentially a cult. She definitely falls in with a cult, and they are not good people. Yeah, effectively a weak character doesn't make for a very interesting story. Yeah, it's also like her story is literally Dishonored. She's on a vengeance quest. She, you know, falls in with this cult people like that. They teach her how to be a killer, so she's not a good person anymore. And that whole situation of like initially there, like, of her getting to there, like, that was not a point in the story that makes any sense to tell because she has no skills. What is she gonna do? Run away? But then there's no story. I just realized that there's just no story. There's no point. It took me a long time to realize that, but I made all these mechanics for something when I realized there was no goal. I'm gonna do this here. I think the problem here is this. Oh, I did this code already once. I made a whole weapon system, and I realized it tries to delete new weapons before it gets there. So we'll do this, and if it's greater than there, we'll run this loop to get rid of them. Otherwise, it's going to just destroy the actor. I still need to hit animation too. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, she's... Oh, it's funny, you know, in the original version, she was actually just an assassin. She didn't have magical powers. I've started adding in a bit of that because I started realizing a lot of things didn't make much sense because, you know, the knights are very tied into mechanical things. You know, they're very steampunky. They have a large, a lot of business in the clockwork section of the city that makes a lot of the mechanical stuff and everything like that. And like in the Iron Man stuff, they're very technology like oriented, and the Fays are like, you know, they're smugglers and everything like that. They also have some ties to the more mystical world like that, so she would need to have some ties to that, and that's also part of their conflict why they hate each other so much. So the knights have ties to the purists and everything like that because, well, I mean, you can't have a group like that without funding from somebody. So a rich influential family funding them would be a thing. So over time, she gained magic, but I'm just like, whenever I want to make Dishonored or something along those lines, then we'll talk about her story. It'd be better just tell the story, though. Okay, so let me test this, because I think that was what the problem was. They weren't dying. Whereas you have a little Poppet here who had a really simple story. She doesn't have a grand story in the world. She's not a knight or she's not a fae. She's neither of them. She just got roped into it, which is a big problem. A lot of people don't want to get roped into this giant fight between these two influential families. They know who they are. They don't want to be involved. Let's spawn more of these. Yeah. There's a lot of hate between them. It's been going on for generations. Part of what starts the problem is that, to try to bridge the gap, one of the knights marries, Miranda's mother, because, her mother's been widowed like that, and they try to, make the families of one like that, and, unfortunately the person that they happen to marry is, well, has a real grudge against them. A real grudge indeed. And it'd be kind of a big spoiler to say who it was, but... They still stayed. After like 30 seconds they go away. I guess it's fine, but... They're supposed to... Well, actually... Wait a minute. I guess to be fair, the ones that don't explode would stay anyway, so... Like, if they blow up, it's fine, but... Some of them seem like they're falling through the world. They're supposed to fall like this so they didn't explode, so that's perfect. That's actually working, but... Why do the other ones fall through the world? Because those worked fine. I don't know. Very glitchy thing. Anyway, I think this needs a hit animation, so I think I already have it set up to just need a hit animation. Yeah, hit montage. But I'm basically telling a long story, and the characters are just maybe it's hitboxes. I think that it's actually some of the animations are too tall because for whatever reason Daz does a... Oh wait, I think I know what's happening. Let me put this hit animation, and then I think I have an exact idea of what it is. I'm scrolling to the hit animation here. Blah 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 blah. Those aren't Daz. I'm dumb. Stitch character, voodoo. I need a hit animation. Search for hit because I'm lazy. Does not have one called hit. Has one called damage. Sure. Damage 1 montage looks like that. That's not terrible, but not even amazing. It's just there. Damage 2 looks like irrelevant. They're basically the same. Fair enough. So we do this and dump a hit montage in there. I guess damage 2 for funsies. So here's the thing about some of the animations for these. I guess I'll do it on a separate one here so I can keep those up because I'm gonna want them in a second anyway. Blah 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 blah. Annie Bell there. Okay. So for whatever reason, some of these ones when they move in do a very weird thing. And that is that they are really high up for no apparent reason. So blah 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 bones. Show the entire hierarchy. So this one you'll see I had to move it down so the red there is represents effectively the ground. That seems okay. Sure. Then this spin one, if you'll see, it does this weird thing where the character is really high up in the air, and that's why the character jumps. This is an accidental thing that happens. So in order to fix this, if I wanted to, this is the montage. You can't don't think you can fix it in a montage. You have to fix it in the actual, No, it's this dead there. Doesn't matter. So I select the bone like that, like the root here like that, and then I would move it down because the green shows how it is, and the red there is representing where the ground is. So what I would have to do is get her to the ground, and then she wouldn't jump anymore. She would just spin. So I think what's happening is it's playing this animation, but it's putting the character way up in the air during the animation, and then the character is still in the animation when it dies, so it falls through the floor. I'm assuming is what's happening. And I can just save because I didn't really change anything I care about. So I think that's what's happening. An issue with those, so I need to force like an animation like that. I don't know if I care that much, but that's why I saw her fall through the ground. I was like, oh, I've seen this before. Yeah, this was an accidental thing because like a lot of the animations, some of them when they move from Daz will be like way up in the air for no apparent reason, and there doesn't appear to be any. I've never been able to find out why. I found a way to get it to transfer over. That's already pretty good when it comes to Daz. Daz animations and I have been fighting for a while. Okay, so this should be good now. It should play a hit thing like that. They should die as normal. Need to set up damage for them like that. Particles, blood for when they die. You know, all the fun stuff. What I don't like is they drop into the ground like that. That I don't get. Oh no, I know exactly what's happening. Okay. Let me test their hit animation before I do that part. I want to see it actually work. Yeah, they're doing that. I need to give them animations like that, but... Sure. So before I get to that there, I'm gonna take a bio break and get more alcohol, because you know what? I slept a bunch of time. I'm gonna be up for quite a while at this point. Might as well make my coding more exciting. I'll be like a minute or something. I'm back. So, the problem why it's breaking in these is actually really simple. And that is that it's still using the old jump animation, so when the character falls in, it falls and just ends up in a weird location. So I gotta go to locomotion here. Actually, it's main states. And so I need to basically take all these and replace them. Because it doesn't have a fall loop. Not really. It's got a bunch of jump things here, so... Because it's supposed to have basically a fall loop, which is basically just the middle of the jump, an actual jump thing, which is the start, and then a land. And all those are... I just cloned them off of the default character, but this character doesn't use the Unreal Skeleton. It uses its own little separate thing. So it can't use those. And I'm not very good at retargeting them to make that work. Unreal 5 from 4 has a retarget that would auto try to do it. Of course, it was kind of mediocre when I tested it. The movement's really clean though. In 5.4, like, it looks really neat. It just didn't add enough gameplay, and I couldn't figure out how to make a lot of things work. And I might add it later, but there's not actually a fall. So what I mean to do is I mean to split up a jump effectively is what I mean to do. I'm going to use just jump in place. So jump in place is the full jump though. That is not going to work. What actually has to happen is I gotta split this, so let's duplicate it twice. Let's just duplicate it 4 times actually. I can have the original if I need it for something. This one here is just going to be called jump loop. Right, fall loop. And then the first one is just going to be jump. It's already a jump. Call it jump start. And we'll do land for the last one. Okay. So the plan is land is usually just the last half of it, and jump is the first half of it, and then the fall loop is just a couple frames in the center. It's usually what happens. So let's start with the jump loop. Wherever you went. Jump there. Jump. This one here. Jump start. I should be able to delete frames. Can I move this? So this is the height of the jump right here. And then he kind of sits there and falls back to there, and then this is fine. So basically about the height of the jump here. And I want to have him wobble back and forth a bit in there. So it'll probably be like, I'm going to say 14, 15 will be the floaty thing in the air. At 13, 14, and then 15 onward will be the fall. Okay. Yeah, 13, 14 should look good. So this is just the jump. And I'll remove from those there. And this is now the jump. Okay, perfect. Because without it looping, it would just go, you know, H stop. Which is perfect. Okay. So that's the first one I need. This is how you split up a single jump animation into all the things you need for doing Unreal Engine here. The fall loop is just going to be 13 to 14. So I just want to, right where his legs kind of bend back and forth like that, 13, 14. 15, I don't know about. You really don't want to have him move too much up and down during a fall loop. Here, 13, 14 it is. I can always add frames or redo it if I need to. This doesn't seem like frame 17 to me. This looks like 13. That's weird. What just happened here? I'm so confused. Okay, well that's messed up. We can fix it though by simply redoing it. Perfect, perfect. That's exactly what my plan was. Sure. Sure. Now it's working right. I'll keep 3 frames just in case. Oh yeah, frame 3, because frame 0 is a frame, so that's a thing. Sure. A little spastic for my taste, but that's much better. Perfect, perfect. I mean, when they're limited animations, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Question it. And then we need a fall. From here, it should be easy. Perfect. Go on with these 3 things here. I then go back over to here. Now I can do a new fall loop. Really easy. I just grab this one and dump it in. Why name them the same to make it easy on myself? Here's the jump. This is jump start. I couldn't call it jump since there was already a jump. With the exact first portion of the name. And then falling. Which I assume is land here, so I just need the land thing here. Land. And now when they spawn in, they should actually be shouldn't fall through the world. So I don't know what that, they're huge suddenly. Okay, well, there are things that are going on here that I don't know, but I guess I'm out of here. I'm just saying, apparently. They must have some kind of like force multiplier going on here that I don't quite get, but let me tell you, it's kind of funny. Huh, that happened. Don't question it. Never question whatever just happened there. Non-additive animation. I think that this was some weird crap they had set up that I could have taken out a while ago. Let me double check, but I'm pretty certain it's this crap here, this additive stuff. Just, I don't know why I left that there. I don't know why I'm being launched yet. Huh. Okay, so it looks like it's working pretty good. They've fallen out to the world. They're good to go. I like how they do like what mounts to like a little uppies thing whenever they're nearby. Like uppies, uppies. And not hitting the player though, so that's a thing. I have so many questions going on here and none of them are good. These are the new weapon systems, so that's probably part of the problem. Well, it should be fine there. Well, let's start by looking at their weapons first. We'll check out a weapon that I know works. I'm gonna keep that on the side, and then I'm gonna compare against another one here. I think I'll distract them, and people could look at it, I guess, the whole time. Can shrink it, I guess, and then people can check them both as I scroll. I don't think I need to do anything special. I do need to include a damage amount, so we'll say that they do like 10 for funsies. Weapon sizes, sure. Guess they have a launch force. I don't think I need a launch force. I'm gonna go ahead and set those at 0. Maybe that's causing the launch. They couldn't even hit me earlier, so... I have no idea how they launched me. That's so weird. Is it a bounce off of the weapon? I mean, they died just fine. They kind of despawn really fast. That's weird. I also need blood and everything on them too, and we still have to get to their behaviors and everything too, but we'll get to that later. Let's get them functional first. Don't worry about making them behave the way I want. Don't worry, the alcohol makes the programming work better. Sure. Okay, so why aren't they hitting the player? Is my new question. Because I can hit them, that's fine. These are connected. That's it. That makes certain the debug lines are showing up for the things. Start with the obvious. Make certain that they're actually showing debug lines. Well, right off the bat, here's the problem. I don't see any debug lines. Do you see any debug lines? I don't see any. So, what's happening is these are never getting called, right? String. Swing weapon. I'm pretty certain what happens is the new weapon system I put in doesn't actually call the things correctly. Just gonna stand up there doing your thing, huh? You just want to be up there? Yeah, I don't see it printing the string. Clearly, it's not doing that. I don't have them disabled, but let me double check that I didn't disable all the messages. I've definitely humorously done that a few times and spent like an hour, half an hour just going, hey, what the hell? Why doesn't it work? Why can't I see messages? Oh, it's because you disabled them. No, they have been enabled. Excellent, excellent. So, we don't need her then. Problem comes down to when swinging the weapon on the attack here, it is in fact not calling these. It stays for a little second here. I shouldn't see the array length, right? I'm gonna change the color of this. We'll do that. So it's a different color. I know I'm not using on anything. Hello, hello, hello. No information is being presented though. So when they're spawned, I'm not adding to the weapon equipped array. Very, very well here. So for a character with multiple weapons, it just seemed easier, but sometimes it's not easier. I forgot to actually add it to there, so I'm literally just adding nothing to the array. It'll work now, probably. Come on. Okay, well, I'm letting a little secret. Apparently they can kill each other. And they are wrecking each other's faces, by the way. Like, gee, look at them go. Man. They didn't hit me once, but they sure kicked the crap out of each other, didn't they? That happened. Oh my gosh, even in death, they're still killing each other. They're already dead. You could stop. It's okay. This is like the saddest moment I've ever seen. Like all the like, you know, an entire army shows up and then they just all turn and kill each other in the middle of your life. Oh, all right then. That happened. Huh. I think the problem is it's not checking for it being the enemy weapon. Because they're both using the same weapon system. It is an enemy weapon. And then I need another one for the other one, because I only did the left there. Go blind. Oh, let's do this. Enemy weapon. See. Now they should be able to hurt me in theory. There you go. I took 0 though, but I actually took damage. Not very much though. Look at him go though. Oh my gosh. Like, I love how it throws the hat. Like, they're actually kind of vicious. Look at them. First I thought they'd be like kind of impotent, but they didn't seem very impotent there, did they? Be better in the light though, I can actually see damage. They don't always do damage though, like sometimes they do. I haven't made those actually hurt them, because I might do that too at some point where you can lob things at them to hurt them. My question now is, why are they inconsistently doing damage to me? Also, they need to have, you know, blood on them. They need to have, like, you know, so they explode and cause things. You know, you gotta make. I gotta embellish them a bit. You know, we're gonna make this good. Oh, I see. That's because one of the weapons doesn't do damage. Kind of brutal if they have 2 weapons that deal damage. Their leap attack will definitely be. They're gonna have a few extra things set up here. They're gonna be interesting. Oh yeah, they do a lot of damage now. Oh Jesus! I think that I made them much more vicious. Just now Poppet's standing again for some reason. I don't understand that. Sometimes there's just timing issues, I think. I gotta fix Poppet's jump animation too so that it doesn't go through her head. Still back up, huh? Interesting. Yeah, sometimes it's weird glitches. Welcome to a game dev where just strange things happen all the time. Okay. So, I'm looking at the anti-bell here I have for when they die. I think they had a bunch of, maybe I just have to do like a blood particle, like, you know, is there a death particle or like that, or what's that particle? Hmm. Hmm. I haven't done item drops yet or anything like that too. I haven't made a lot of the items yet, so. Shouldn't my weapon be spawning the damage though? Like spawning the blood? I thought it did. Yeah, it totally is. But they're not spawning blood when they die. Hmm. I'm gonna remove the other, these things here so I don't forget about them. I had another one too, right? And you've forgotten where something was. Uh-huh. Alright, here we go. No, no, no. I want to get rid of that so I can actually keep track of what's actually the new stuff and not the new stuff. Come to the conclusion I should just put Tinka on every thumbnail because I get the most views that way. Everything else does not get views. I think like 14 people viewed the stream or something the whole time. I think it's been going. But if I put Tinka on there, like 40 people put this view on there. So apparently just, you know, attractive female gets views to the surprise of nobody. I guess people aren't as excited by weird, you know, voodoo doll creature with teeth or something. I guess that's fair. I can't really fault them. I mean, I guess I suppose I could fault them. I don't know why I would. Be more attracted to Tinka on a thumbnail too. But I'm kind of weird though. I'd also click on the weird toothy stitched creature thingy too. Not gonna lie, I would. I know how I am. Okay, so oh. Well, this one doesn't matter. About having a system for checking to see if it launches the target. It's not launching yet. In time, maybe. It always can't work on the other level. I need to really restrict how much is on the other level. Like, the open world system seems all cool and all until you realize that your computer has to be able to build the whole thing there. So like it runs really well as a game, but it doesn't run really well as in the engine, because the engine doesn't unload things particularly fast. It's really savage on the computers. You need smaller levels intentionally, which is what I found. They're like, just put everything in one level, it'll be so good. Yeah, it sounds good until you discover you can't. Unless your game's really simple and you're just running around a simple landscape. And you can. What was I even doing? Besides drinking a lot of alcohol. So, you know, whatever. Might seem weird drinking this early in the day, but I've been up for so long that this is basically my night. I might just try to stay awake though, see if I can fix my schedule, which is terrible. I got like a few hours of sleep from like, well, I think it might have been like 9:30 or 10 to like 12:30 in the morning. So I got a little sleep there. If I could just make it to like, I don't know, 7 or 8 at night, that'd be pretty good. Like, I have a really hard time sleeping 8 hours a day. It'd be like in a row, I think. If I could sleep like 4 hours and 4 hours, I can do that, but 8 hours in a row is really hard. Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to figure out why this isn't spawning. Come on. Let's see if it gives a name to the thing that spawns. So it might be that it's just spawning too low and I can't see it. That's what it's doing. It's the foot scene's too low on this character. Don't change it on there, change it on this character itself. Where's the footsie scene? I just use the scene to get the exact coordinates of where their feet are. There we go. You're standing back up though. So that fixed that problem. Print string solves all problems. I wish the creepy dolls had sound effects. I wonder if they do. Possible they might. Regrettably, no. But plus, I should unsigned. Plus, I shouldn't need these, right? Just memory reference? Yeah, I don't care about that. I really need to go out of my way to optimize this entire thing. I wish I could open the other level so bad. You close all those really fast and then try. It doesn't like when you have extra stuff open. Oh, hitting the microphone with my alcohol bottle. Mistakes were made. See if we can load that other map. Or if it's just going to crash on me. Seems like it's preparing less static messages each time, so maybe it's just having an issue with that. Looks like it's just not loading those levels at all, no matter what I do. It's just too much for my poor computer when it's streaming after this many hours. Like, it just really doesn't seem to clear the memory very well from like 4 hours and 25 minutes in. Yeah. Early on, I had no problem with it. In fact, for the flash, like, 2.5 hours, I used the other level the whole time. Fair enough. I guess I'm just gonna use the test level then, because I can't load the main area, so that'll be something fun to figure out later on when I get around to it. Maybe when I'm not a couple bottles of alcohol deep, you know? The good news is it's enough alcohol. You really don't care about the problems. I'm just saying. I'm gonna put one in the center here just so I can have the extra light. Also, I don't need this on anymore. Just a test area. It doesn't need to have that up. I already know where it can be on. I should turn it into a battle arena and make it all cool or something, but I don't care. Do I want to hunt for sounds right now? I don't think so. How do I want to do their attacks? They came with a bunch of weird attacks, right? And some are just a single arm. I could just randomly attacks. Maybe what I do to start with and then go from there. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. So... I guess I should get to their behavior. Since I haven't really done that too much, I just copy the behaviors off a different character. You're a cult Stitch Voodoo. Am I checking for the player on the ground at any point? Notice they did the same leap attack every time, but in reality, they aren't supposed to be doing that. Right? Because I've, Whereas that's supposed to be there, and then there's no point where I'm checking for the player being on the ground. I did copy this off of another character, so off Voodoo, so I suppose I had to get that, because that would dictate some things too, because I wanted a different attack to the players in the air. So let me reload off of my other character. They're both using on the same thing, which whatever. This character will check that, I think. It's very much needs to be fixed thing here. NPC have it? Did I just never write code for this? Maybe. So I have to call player height first, and then I can do it. Okay. I am calling player height. Right there. Oh, starting location Z. Why starting location Z? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I pick the starting location of the character and not the actual current Z? Let's change that. Weird. Back to location. Add that to the thingy. Let's split this because I only give a crap about the Z. I'm just checking out how high the character is in the air, not actually anything else. This should force them to do a normal attack unless I'm jumping. I kind of liked their little leap attack. I thought that was actually kind of pretty good. I'm not sure how complicated I want them to be. I kind of just want them to be dumb little dorky little guys. Like, no, they're still doing it. Kinda. They're reversed. They're totally reversed. So if this thing is greater than this, back. Okay. See, that fixes it. Fine, just wander by. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. There we go. We're just backwards. So now they have more of a fighting chance when she tries to jump overhead because they do a little leap to try to get after her. Sometimes you get glitches like her hat doesn't work right. Sometimes it launches her hat just fine. I don't know. Probably too much going on. My poor computer sometimes. Streaming on Unreal Engine makes it kind of hard to run the editor too. or Unreal Engine 5. It's definitely floaty and laggier than normal because of that. I actually don't know how many more behaviors they even need. You kind of want to lock them in place though when they do the attack. Do I? I guess my question is, how complicated do I really want these enemies to be? Because they're not bosses, they're just stupid little enemies. I don't think they even need many other behaviors. I think they can just be good as they are. Because regular enemies shouldn't actually have like complex patterns. This is a Metroidvania. It's not like a Souls game or something where you have to figure something out that's complicated. It's the bosses and like the mini bosses are the complicated stuff, but regular enemies should literally have like one method of attack for the most part. I think I'm fine with those. They do a little dorky leap if you try to jump over them, but otherwise they're just kind of it. And the dorky leap is not the same height as yours either, so you can still actually get over them. Yeah, that seems fine. So then, let's just start another character then. I have all these other ones here to play with. This one I kind of want to do something interesting with, I think, right? Base Smash. This one has the option to beat on the drum in front of it. I could have some sort of musical thing, so I don't think this is the one I want to make next. If that sounds overwhelmingly complicated after having drank a bunch of alcohol, I probably shouldn't be doing that particular one. This one's got weird little extendy arms and arms. I don't think they actually extend though. Kind of sick if they did though. That'd be awesome. Just like did the whole Dalsum action or something like that. You're like, huh. It's kind of boring. A mace head. Huh. Straight up Silent Hill character here. I do have to design a mini boss. This could be more of a mini boss character. It looks like a character that'd be really cool if it was huge. I think I'm gonna relegate this one to mini boss status. Because it seems like it has some pretty good variety of attacks and some range stuff. Most of the range stuff is really important because if I make the character big, if it doesn't have a good range, it can't hit Poppet. I'm thinking if I take the character and like, let's say I drag this animation out real fast here. I have a lot of things open here. Let's put it on here. I could make it huge. I don't know if I'll make it huge or not, but I feel like that would still hit Poppet, which is why it's good for a big character. I'm fine with that. I wish I had a way to eat Poppet or something. That'd be awesome. But when you get animations from other people, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Gotta do what you gotta do. Just checking to see if it has any interesting animations available. Doesn't look like it. Got a jump attack. I really like that it has a little gimpy arm. This just makes me laugh. Off to the side here. Look at all the animations here. It doesn't have a lot of options. Just some regular jump things. Gonna make that a mini boss. This one has like no range whatsoever. Kind of boring, actually. Ow. There we go. Wow. Like a Jaws. Ow. The shark. Oh. I like that it bounces. Bonk. Bonk. A lot of these characters are going to be like the kind of characters that chase after them. Not a lot of caster characters here. From the look of it. I'm hating that. We can also shrink this down some too so they're bigger. Captain Hook here. What is that? It just jumps on you and just hits you a bunch? Huh. That's interesting. It grabs hold of you and does that. This could be another character. It seems like it'd be like a big character to be huge, right? But let's take this animation and drop it out here. Could it pick Poppet up at that point? It's actually not a very big character. The problem is that doesn't really reach Poppet. So it needs to be smaller. I don't know how it would pick up Poppet's my question here. Maybe it's like 2 instead. Maybe that makes a difference. And technically that makes it really seem like it needs to be much bigger than Poppet, though, is the problem. Maybe like a 2.5? Is it? I'm just trying to envision how it could actually attack her and catch her. Did that make it bigger? It did. I wasn't paying attention when it did. Notice they're hitting the camera. Actually. But it's a bite too. Anything else cool? A jump attack. What about this guy? Weird cook thingy. I wish I had more complicated stuff. I really do. I guess I could try to make animations, because I mean, there's nothing stopping me from making animations, and that I could take one of these base animations and then start editing where the things are placed. That's true. The other option I have is this thing here. I wish that had a spin. That's kind of cool. Oh, a double wavy thing there. I don't want it to have a third sword, so it can be like a Zoro. I'm just saying. Yeah, a surprising amount of text. Huh. It just comes down to which one do I like best for purposes of the next one here. I do kind of want to make a mini boss. I'm gonna go up there and the top of the bucket fort. I think this guy being the ruler of the bucket fort would be kind of cool. Yeah, why not? I'll make him more complicated later, but I have an idea for what I want for him, and he seems like he'd be really good as a giant character since he can actually hit Poppet, like a lot of the other ones that cannot. I do kind of like the land shark one that lobs itself at people. That's true. So I think what I'm gonna do is just clone some stuff real fast, because it's just 1,000 times easier to just clone some stuff than it is to manually make things again. This one's called what? It was a Stitch Mace Hand, I believe. That was it. Let's see, Stitch. And I love how if they're all from, like, you know, Silent Hill. Silent Hill was full of toys. Silent Hill was 10 inches tall. And all the characters, that's what they looked like. Let's dupe. And then we're going to dupe this other thing here too, because I'm being lazy. Oh, good, blinded. Yeah. I'm just happy you're listening to the stream. You can listen to all my random, you know, pointless things that I say that I'm sure make sense to me, but probably nobody else. Just having people here is always nice, you know? Most of the time, people don't usually chat anyway, so I don't even end up looking over there as much as I should. Which has led to some problems, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just saying, it's just not been very good sometimes. Stitch Mace hand. Iron skeleton. Stitch Mace hand. Stitch Mace window here. Create a blend space, because I did this once last time and didn't screw things up, so I'm gonna manually do it this time. Because I'm not dumb. BS movement. Love that I just call him a BS. I will then proceed to open the other ones so I can remember the numbers, so I don't gotta remember manually. I will proceed to copy paste. I tried to duplicate, but last time I did that, it broke a whole bunch of animations. I had to copy them from the other project. None of that. 180, 180 there. Guess I'll divide it in 8, though I don't think I need to. Snap to grid is the greatest thing ever. I can't believe I didn't know about it. Now that I do, oh my god, I'll never not use it. There's gonna be so much balancing necessary to make this work. I didn't come to that yet. It's adorable. I forgot about smoothing times, another thing that makes stuff look better. Really should just be streaming earlier in the morning. It seems like I get the best viewership early in the morning, and later on in the morning I don't get this good of viewership. Actually, early on in the evening, like, well, I guess it's still early on in the morning because it's like 2 or 3 in the morning. Obviously, there's not a lot of viewership. I should be not doing that. You know, listen, I have a weird schedule. I've never been able to fix it. I don't operate like the normies do. What actually idles right and left? Oh my gosh, I didn't know that was even a thing. I'm so happy that that's a thing. Good. Okay, well, that's cool. Just be cool like that, see if I care. It gives me an idea. Alright, so let's get the idles first. Idle 1's fine. And I can idle left and idle right, I guess. That's a cool thing. Here. Then walk. Which walk we using? I kind of like this one there because he looks like a tough guy. He's like, oh, gonna box me or something. Pretty sick. I like that one. You know, the tough guy walk. Run. 2 runs. That run, and I think I like the linebacker run better. Seems like the linebacker to me. Strafing. Left strafe. Right strafe. Now I gotta make the other strafes. Duplicate. This will be run left. All we're gonna do is just double it up the speed. Ain't much better than animation, so I realized I can actually do all the same things I do in DAZ here. So there's not even a lot of point into the DAZ. Like I could literally just take an animation here and then just adjust where all the bones are, and it would just do the same things. The pose system, which kind of sucks, but not the worst. Definitely feeling the effects of this alcohol. The best thing about drinking while doing game dev is that, you know, listen, something goes wrong, whatever. Worst thing is something goes wrong and you're like, what was I doing again? I don't know. You just kind of get caught up doing other things that don't matter, and you're like, oh, okay, well, oops. One of these says run. I know it does. So I'm definitely progressing slower because I'm drinking. However, I don't care. So there's that upside. Oh yeah, like it pretty much is. You can do anything. You can do so much in this. Like you should see like Poppet's animations for how she works. Like I'll bring them up. And this isn't even the new system. Oh my god, I should load up the new system so you can see how Poppet moves in that. I mean, I can't figure out how to make it work because there's a lot of things that are just beyond me at the moment, and there's not a lot of things out there for you because it hasn't been around very long. But actually, wait, I need this here. Blah 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 blah. Where is it? So this is Poppet's directional movement here. Just look at all the craziness going on with her movement here. It is nuts. You got run forward, right, run strafe, running backwards. This has like a million animations here for every direction she's going. Walk backwards, the standing idle, things like that. But then that might seem okay and cool and everything like that, but then you look and see that that's just one of her things. Like she has one for crouching too. The thing I don't like is it's kind of hard to see all the names apart from each other. That's kind of weird. Like it tells you there what it is. Crouch forward, walk animation. Crouch forward, walk right. Actually, it's forward right, and then this is actual right, and then this is backwards right, and then like just straight backwards. Actually, I'll load up the other project. You can see how much she moves in the other project. Even though I'm too stupid to figure out how to make it work yet. Give it a second here and you can see the cool movement they have with motion matching, which is just nuts. I haven't figured out how to blend things and how to swap between them, and it's I dropped like 5 hours into figuring the system out and having to rebuild my own game on top of it. And I'm just like, you know what? This doesn't add any gameplay, but where that's very little. But it is amazing, the movement difference. Of course, it takes a second to load everything, but it's worth it. It's just, I mean, the system is something special. When I figure out how it all works, it's going to change everything. Because the current system is not great. God, I remember it was terrible. My life was pretty much the worst. So, check. Is there an issue going on that I need to know about? Close that crap, I don't care. What's the error? I was trying to figure some crap out. That doesn't matter. Sure, whatever. It's not even a thing. Load that instead. Don't do whatever you're doing here. You happy now? That's a no. And we see why I stopped using this particular project, but I'm just gonna see if I can load the movement so I can show you the movement real fast. After that, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore, but care. Ugh. Oh, Unreal Engine. You sure crashed a lot. To be fair, I'm asking a lot of it. I mean, it is streaming. It's doing a bunch of things there. I've got Chrome open too, so I can monitor the stream because I can't get freaking Streamlabs to log into my account effectively to actually post comments. It's so dumb. Okay, it loaded up. We're just gonna play an editor. I don't care. And it's broken. The world. We weren't broken before. I think I know what I can do to fix it. Maybe I do. I swear this project was working and I just didn't do anything with it and left it working, but I guess not. Huh? I'm thinking, okay, well, it was working. I don't know what happened to it. I thought I had it all figured out and... Oh, actually, wait a second. I forgot. You have to change this way. You change the skeletal mesh itself. UE likes to crash these days, doesn't it? To be fair, there's now 2 copies of UE open, so... Okay, well, I thought I was going to be able to showcase how it worked. What I'm seeing is that's probably not happening. I'll try it one more time. It was so cool looking. Oh my gosh, like everything was like, it had things like hard landings and things like that, you know, and it just it would adjust all of her muscles and everything like that based entirely upon where she was moving. It was crazy, but I guess I started trying to make my own, and in the process of making my own, you see what happened. I left it and started working. I just like, oh, I don't care about this right now. I'll come back to it. And I forgot what I was doing. So the new system literally just works around having like a file that tells it these are the animations you could use, and then like it has a bunch of files for those. And you just put the animation. These are the idles. These are the jumps. These are the, like, you know, walks, the runs, things like that, and then you use various variables to dictate which ones show up. Not too different than the other, except for it's just done with tables instead, which is not terrible, but it's kind of weird. Weird. I don't know how I feel about it. Oh, it's broken still. Sure. Why didn't I leave it working? I'm so dumb. We check the project settings for the character that's being shown up. I just wanted to showcase how cool this movement was. But good. No, sandbox character Poppet should be right. Yeah. I think that's the right one. This is like Poppet Doll. That's the one that was broken, supposedly. It is the normal sandbox character. And then I should be able to go over to here, and then this is the change that needs to be made, if I need to make one at all. There we go. Ugh. Keep running over the top of that. There we go. Check this out. Like, look at their movement. I need to click on this so I can actually do that. Some of the animations kind of blink in there because I didn't copy the root motion correctly on them, but there's like 500 of them, so whatever. Don't hate or do whatever, it's fine. You just see, like, you know, like she'll jump like this, and then she'll like literally change her legs based upon which way she's going and stuff like that, and how hard she jumped and things, how far she fell. Let's jump sideways like that, and she does some weird leg kicks sideways and things like that. Like, I mean, it's just nuts. There's just so many unique motions in how she moves. It's just... I just can't grab that because there's no grab setup for it. All the gray ones have the grabs set up. To really get an idea of just how cool the new motion matching is, and how laggy this is because I have two different versions of this open, but just nuts. Just, you just see the difference in how she jumps based upon how much momentum she has. That's because she has 500 different motion things for just her locomotion here. So, like, you know, it picks the best ones based upon each thing, and it's just, it's wild. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's just wild. The other kit movement's just nowhere near this clean. But I just don't know what to do with it. I gotta understand how to add new things in, so I'll keep it as an idea for later, but until then, Till then, I don't know. I are stupid. That's the best way to put it. Oh. Here I'm like, I'll just make it awake for a whole, like, day. Yeah, probably ain't happening. I'll probably end up hanging out for like another, I don't know, an hour or two before I fall asleep. Yeah, like after seeing that and just what they provide for you, it's just insane. It's so cool looking. And I don't know how to do it yet. Like I have some vague idea, but I don't understand. I think it's gonna take a lot of time to figure out. I'm sure I can figure it out, but how much do I care? I think is my question, you know? Like it doesn't add a lot to my thing and it makes me have to spend a lot of time to do it. Well, I've been sitting so long, it's starting to be uncomfortable. This 5 straight hours of sitting thing is definitely I swear, streamers, they have like, incredible asses apparently that are capable of just sitting in the same spot for a very long period of time. I must admit, their posteriors are truly something to behold. Let's drag one of these guys out here and see if it actually is set to move correctly. Sure it is. Nice big yawn there. His hand. Here with a fake mace hand for real mace hand. Mace hand will be much bigger though. There you go. Its little leg movements are so sad. It barely moves its legs. Also, the little gimpy arm still makes me laugh. I'm just saying. And the little big arm is actually moves more like it's a tentacle or something. Like it's hunting for Japanese schoolgirls or something. What I'm seeing. It knows what's going on. It's terrifying. Somehow it managed to hop. I assume it got knocked up in the air. I need to change its entire animation thing here. It's got errors. See, Moose hand here. Animation blueprint. Bitch. Mace hand. Probably give it a better name later, but we'll see what it does and we'll name it based on that. Okay, so the first thing I do is go to this event graph here and make some changes. EP, I copy paste the settings. Stitch, mace hand. Yes. Yes. And then we'll promote to variable this, yes. We'll delete the other one, yes. And we won't do it yet because it's currently being referenced, so it'll gripe at me if I do that. No. Right here. Now I can delete it. Get this, is hit. Dunk that right in there. Is dead. Okay. Now it should gripe at me a little bit less. Kind of. Actually, I'm gonna make the second one of these. I'll have to find it again later. Find the characters. Ditch, sneeze. Open this up. It needs a death animation and hit animation, so hit. Got that one, that one. They're all pretty mid. Oh. Let me just go ahead and get this out of the way here. Let's get all the ones that aren't mobility. These here. And then is attack one here, attack. Mobility ones I'm gonna use there. I don't need special animations for those, but what I do need is animation montages for all the ones that are gonna be one-shots. Because the command is play an anim montage, and if you don't have an anim montage, you can't play an anim montage. Weird how that works out. Do I have a death montage here versus death montage there? Huh. That makes me really curious. On how I did the Annies. They have an is hit as well. Interesting. Anyway. Let's see. Get a death animation here. Mind. Get death animation there. One. Okay, well, it fell through the worlds. That's a bad sign. I hate everything that went on there. Why are you referencing that? I don't think one of these even loaded, right? Huh. I had a fix for this in one of the other versions. Let me load up one of the voodoo doll I think had to fix. Go through my files and find the voodoo doll real fast and drag it up to look at. Blah, 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 blah. Animation. See here on the event graph here, I did it during the event begin play. Yeah, I did on begin play. So I guess I gotta do that then, because otherwise it will try to access it before it can in error. Also, I think there's an additional change I made too to prevent this issue. Checking to see if it's valid. Right? Yeah, I did that too, and it is valid for it beforehand. And so I'll do it again. Huey likes to gripe, even though it manages to run the stuff just fine. It's still weird. It's like, oh, blah, 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 don't do this way, blah, 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 but it still worked. I don't know why it's griping. I mean, if it didn't work, I'd understand why it was griping, but it just works. So it's like, okay. But it worked. I don't understand, guys. Whatever. I found a solution earlier. Let's just stick with that solution. All the errors it was giving me, it's like blah, 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 blah. That's exactly what I heard it say. Just blah, 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 blah. I was talking mech hands to the mace hand. Nice. I'm gonna have it spawn a bunch of them, but I also need to make a change if I do that. And the change needs to be that in the mace hand here, it needs to be large. Okay, that capsule is a sad thing. I don't like it. It's not the capsule size. Actually, never mind. It is the capsule size. It's bigger. You just do this, right? And you just enlarge the capsule, and it should enlarge the whole thing. Pretty good. Well, I'm just standing in the sky. Didn't play the death animations, okay. I wonder if the death animation is falling through the ground or something, because it looks like they're falling through the ground. That's... I know they're falling through the ground because it's doing the same fall problem I had earlier. I'll need to change the animations for that. I'm taking another bio break before that because I've been drinking a lot of alcohol and, well, you know, a lot of bio breaks and drink a lot of alcohol. Yeah, very bad. Alright, I'm back. If at any point there are 0 viewers, I'm still logging off at this point, if that's the case. Like 5 hours and 27 minutes in. I'll give it a second or two, but I definitely, I've been streaming longer than I originally thought I was going to, but I've been having fun with it, man. I enjoy what I'm doing, so. I'll have to figure out what the knockback thing is, like some sort of resistance for the knockback for these things. Every new mechanic added in it requires me to have like special considerations for every enemy. But I might as well make the mechanics and then make enemies based on the mechanics as opposed to the other way around. Oh. Ugh. Looks like no one's currently watching, so yeah. And 0 report on that, 0 report on that. 5 minutes or something. Feeling the effects of the alcohol anyway. I need to fix their falling animations. They don't even have an attack animation yet. I have to give them a weapon too, so they can actually inflict damage. Which means to do that, I have to go to their thingy here. It's this arm here, so guess I could add a socket onto here. Add socket. Right arm. And then I wonder how close it'll be to the other one. Like, can I just copy a lot of the locations here? I feel like the fork is our option. And then I gotta make a new weapon. This is the left, right? I think. Is it right? Looks like they're hitting me too, but I think I need to turn the other ones off because the other ones are tough to tell with two of them going at the same time. Oh, log off after this test. Can I get hit by their hands? They're definitely hitting me somehow. Fair enough. Well, that works, so I got like 1.5 enemies figured out today. It's not terrible. Anyway, I'm gonna call it. It's been like 5 hours and 33 minutes, and that's a long time with no one currently watching. Yeah, I'll come back another day. So, thanks for watching. And, yeah. Remember to drink and program at the same time. It will make programming way better. See ya.